Hello, fledglings. Hope everyone's... Oh, wait, my microphone is over there. Hi, guys. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hello, Brisk. Welcome in. We are back with some shiny hunting in Pokemon Scarlet. I want to get that Rotom that I was trying to get on my housewarming stream and I just kind of gave up on. So we're going to go for that now. And, uh-oh, hold on. I think my, I immediately start and then my, headphones stop working. Thanks. There we go. Fixed it. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Doing okay. Yesterday, finally finished priming the house. Nice, good job. So have you started painting yet, or is that something you guys still have to do? It sounds awful. Let's see. I should have a catching Pokemon on my team, probably. That might help. Yeah, we'll bring Breloom. There we go. Oop. I was floating on nothing for a split second there. What are our outbreaks? So we got Ghastly, we got Charcadet, we got Diglett. Anything cool? We got Espathra. We're not gonna do any of this. I'm just curious. Veluza and Lurantis right next to each other. And Skrelp. Okay, there is one cool Pokemon there. There's Skrelp. I do like Skrelp. As I mentioned in our ZA playthrough. What about in Kitakami? Anything cool here? We got Swinub. I just got a shiny Piloswine in Legends Arceus, actually. And I turned it into a Mamoswine. Grubbin. I do like Vikavolt. And Rabombi is cute. Shiny hunting Rabombi in this game sounds painful, though. And then here we got Pyroar, Sawsbuck, Tentacool, and that's it. Okay, nothing too exciting. Actually started painting, and you also have to put back the stuff you took off. That's fair. That makes sense. Does not sound fun. But anyway, we're gonna fly to Porto Marinata, and we're gonna try and get Rotom. I gotta get my appliances delivered to celebrate getting my appliances delivered IRL. So yeah, let's go ahead and do the picnic. All right. So we're gonna go cucumber. Nope, not 2 cucumbers. Cucumber pickle, 2 yellow bell peppers, and hold on, let me pull up the recipe. I forgot what it was. Was it that? Okay, I guess it's only those 4. I thought you needed 2 more things. All right, and then 2 curry powders and a sour and salty should work, right? Let me double check. Ooh, I can't do that, actually. I'd have to change the recipe. Let's do sour bitter. That should work, right? Yeah, sour and bitter works. Cool. All right. And then we'll do a silver pick. And let's make the worst sandwich of all time. I had sandwiches for lunch today, actually. They were not very exciting, though. Pepper. 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 And pepper. Cumber. 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 And pickle. No, no, my pickle! Don't fall off. Don't fall off. I'll have to redo it. No, no, don't! Oh, I hope that didn't ruin my sandwich. It might have. No more priming and a lot less risking falling off the ladder. That's good. Squish. I lost my pickle. That's the greatest tragedy that could befall me. Oh, thank you for the head pat. It eases the pain of losing my pickle. I hope if I messed up, then I just have to reset, but it's not a huge deal. I'm making it out to be a bigger deal than it actually is. Okay, it did work. Sparkling Power Electric, Tidal Power Electric, and Encounter Power Electric. So yeah, remember, we're looking for a Rotom, but it has to have a mark. I want it to have a mark so it feels special, you know? Alright, Shiny Rotom, where are you? The problem is Shiny Rotom looks kind of similar to regular Rotom, so it's a little hard to tell. It's a bit difficult to tell the shinies. In fact, I'm gonna use my full screen so that I can see. It's probably be easier on my TV because my TV's screen is a bit bigger than my computer screen, but I'll do my best to find this guy. Yeah, Shiny Rotom is like a reddish color, but this orange in Scarlet and Violet's lighting engine looks very similar on such a small model. Again, it would be a lot easier on a larger screen, or if they were the Appliance form Rotoms, that would help a lot. Hate how some shinies don't have much of a difference. Yeah, exactly. I would rather... I know people complain about like the super green or super pink shinies sometimes because they're just kind of boring, but and sometimes people just don't like those shades. Which is understandable, but I would still rather have one of those than a shiny that is too subtle. The subtle shinies are worse in my opinion, personally. In Rotom's case, though, it's not that subtle when it's not in this form. When it's in its other form, it's pretty noticeable. But when it's this small, it does look similar. Got some tropical music. Noticeable shiny feels more rewarding. Exactly. I agree. And it is very sad that Togekiss, my goat, is a very subtle shiny. But, you know, what can you do? Alright, we'll respawn the Rotoms. This music is interesting. I wouldn't say that I love it, but this track is interesting. It's got that ooh, ooh in the background. Very, very odd. It sounds like music that would play in the lobby of a hotel on a beach, which is a very like specific vibe, but oh, it's Wii Photos music. Gotcha. Yeah, like I said, the Wii was not the era... Like, that was the one era of Nintendo in my life where I was not paying that much attention to what they were doing. And even then, I was still playing more DS... I was playing a decent number of DS games. I just wasn't playing the Wii as much. I did have a Wii. I had two, actually. But I was just more of a... I was playing the DS more, and I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot more. So all the stuff on the Wii just kind of went under the radar. Hello, Wiljo. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. What's up? We are looking for shiny Rotom. And it's a little difficult because Rotom is too small. Okay, I've got to look back here too. I didn't realize there were more back there. All right, let's do a picnic reset. Rotom, where are you? I need my appliances delivered. The new oven that I got is very finicky. It's very easy because the dials are on the, instead of being on the back of the range, the dials are now on the front near the oven door. It's very easy to accidentally bump them and turn on the oven. I don't like it. But we got a good deal on it, so that's why we ended up with that one, but it wouldn't have been my first choice, I will say. No, I don't want to. Been grinding champions. I want to play champions on stream. I was thinking about doing that today, but I want to get the Rotom hunt taken care of first, so that that's knocked out of the way, and then maybe look at doing champions on stream sometime next week. I want to try learning doubles. I always say I'm going to sit down and learn to do doubles, and then I don't because it's intimidating, but I want to learn doubles. The only time I've ever been even like remotely serious about doubles was back in Gen 4, where I did the doubles battle tower for a ribbon. Way better at doubles than singles. Fair. I like singles more, but maybe that's just because that's what the games traditionally use. But Hisuian Decidueye, what are you doing with Hisuian Decidueye? Because I know it's generally considered kind of a underwhelming Pokemon, but I like Decidueye a lot, so I'm curious what kind of strategy you're doing with it. What role does Hisuian Decidueye play? Aside from having aura. Oh, my hair actually kind of matches my trainer's hair today. I actually do have my hair pulled back in a ponytail right now. I like having it. I like being able to put my hair in a ponytail like this. I don't like it when it's down though. When my hair's down, it looks really bad. Ah! Tailwind Trick Room, depending on the matchup, and then nuking stuff with triple airs. Wait, does Decidueye get Trick Room? I didn't realize that. Or is it just like on the team with Trick Room? I'm curious, hold on. Does... I probably shouldn't look this up now, but... No. Because my sandwich is on a timer, but that's okay, I can just reset it. Oh, Trick Room is Frigraph's job, okay. Yeah, I doubt it, but I'm curious. Does Togekiss get Trick Room? Doesn't look like it. Scam. Let Togekiss set Trick Room. I think Togekiss should have access to every move in the game, personally. Because it's a cute little guy. He can upper hand Incineroar. Upper hand is one of those newer moves that I've never messed with, so I don't remember what exactly it does. Oh, ow. Ow. Bonked. Ow. Why am I being assaulted? Is Trick Room's a double, or is not Trick Room? Ow. Is Upper Hand like a double-centric move? Yes, hello Yuki Marshi, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day even though you're assaulting me. Icing on the cake? What's icing on the cake? I don't love this area here for resetting my Rotoms. The border between this area and the other area is kind of nebulous. I'm not a fan of it. Upper hand is priority and guaranteed flinch, but only works if your target goes for a priority move. Ooh, gotcha. Okay, yeah, that does sound familiar. Yeah, that's one of those newer moves that I never messed with because in, like, single player, like, no one's gonna use that. And, like, the last few gens, I haven't messed with, like, competitive stuff that much. You got a shiny Rotom a few days ago. Ooh, congrats. I do have a shiny Rotom, but I want one with a mark and a fastball specifically. The old one that I have was from Gen 6 and I hatched it from an egg. Egg. They need to add a mark for hatched Pokemon. Just so that breeding has some kind of relevance again. You went for your favorite form. Which one's your favorite form? Reminding of the trailer just sent now. Why make a game of trees beating? Oh yeah, that. It looks silly. Meta and Champions right now is the second coming of the Gen 5 Weather War. Hype. Gen 5 Weather War was peak. Rotom Wash. Rotom Wash is, I think, generally the most used Rotom form from what I've seen. I think my favorite of the Rotom forms is probably either Heat or Frost. Wash Rotom is probably like in the middle. But my opinion may change now that apparently Champions actually made Rotom have proper size scaling on the appliances. I always thought the Wash Rotom just looked a little weird in 3D because it was this tiny little washing machine that you could put like one shirt in. So maybe with proper size scaling, my opinion on it will change. From worst to best, Fan, Normal, Heat, Frost, and Wash. Dang. Lawnmower's so bad it doesn't even make the list. Champions Gotcha gave you a shiny Gourgeist that you'll never use. RIP. Yeah, people are actually shiny hunting in Champions, which is funny. It's not surprising, though, I will say. Considering that there are people who shiny hunt, like, the Battle CD Pokemon in XD, and there are people who shiny hunt the costumes in Battle Revolution, the fact that people would shiny hunt the Champions Pokemon is, like, very unsurprising. But it is funny. Actually, in your first pool. Nice. I wonder, have they figured out the odds on it yet? I'd be curious to know what the odds are for some of those shinies in there. Come on, Rotom. I'm actually surprised how bad these sandwiches have been. I do have the I have the sparkling power-up, see? Sparkling Electric, Tidal Power Electric, and Counter Electric, so it is a little surprising we're having such bad luck with the Rotoms. Fan, Normal, Heat, Mow, Frost, Wash. Gotcha. I actually like Normal Rotom quite a lot. I might like Normal Rotom the most, if we're being honest. But obviously, Normal Rotom is, like, considerably worse than the other ones, so... It's raining over there. Nice. I like it when it rains. Pulled a lot and have yet to get another one. Because I like getting my own Pokemon and then being able to keep them and stuff, I probably won't mess with getting Pokemon in Champions specifically that much. If there was a way that you could transfer them out, even if you needed like a premium currency to do it, I'd be down with that. Then it'd be like a cool hunt to get a Pokemon from Champions specifically, but like barring that, I'm just like not that interested. Rotom, shiny Rotom, where are you? Favorite is grass, because he's the only one who touches grass. But he destroys the grass. He touches it, but he destroys it. So it's like he's in gamer rage, and they tell him to go touch grass, and he's angry, and he just tears it up. I don't think it helped him calm down. Don't like how the forms share the same stats. Yeah. I think it's a result of it being one of the earlier gimmick mons. Otherwise, maybe they would have done a stat change, but... I mean, Deoxys had different stats, but Deoxys is also, like, the gimmick form change Pokemon, right? Back in the day. I think it's silly that they haven't ever changed Fan Rotom's ability from Levitate. Like, I get them wanting some cohesion, but, like... I don't know. I also think Rotom should have, like, a second ability, and it should just be Motor Drive. And then you could run Motor Drive Fan Rotom, and it'd be a decent bit better, I think. I don't know that it would be good, but it'd be better. Fan Rotom should be a glass cannon. Yeah. Should definitely lean more into being like speedy and stuff. And again, give it Motor Drive. Then it could like switch in on electric hits and get faster and then sweep things. This is some bad Rotom luck. It's okay. It's not going to be as bad as... the other day, I was shiny hunting a Hisuian Sneasel, and I thought about doing it on stream. It took me over 12 hours to get one, with perfect research in ZA. And I was doing it, and it just kept going and going and going, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm glad I didn't do this on stream. I was like, this is atrocious. And it's weird because usually Legend ZA shinies is not that hard to get. They're usually not that hard, but for whatever reason, the Hisuian Sneasel just wouldn't show up. I got 2 Basculin, a Piloswine, a Duat, a Zorua, and a Bibarel. Or a Bidoof. Was it? No, yeah, it was Bibarel. I got all of those before I got the Hisuian Sneasel. Which is very, very unfortunate. Huh, that actually works better than you would think. Zooming in like that works decently well. Fridge Rotom should have hospitality. That'd be sick. Very silly, but yeah. It'd be nice if they all got different abilities. I also still think the Eevees having only 2 abilities is really weird. Because Eevee itself has 3 abilities, but the Eeveelutions only have 2. And I think they should change that. What? Pikmin? Why are the Pikmin here? I think all the Eevees should get a type version of Pixelate. So, Glaceon would have Refrigerate. Then Jolteon would have, what's it called, like Galvanize or whatever it's called. And then they'd make new ones for the other ones, like Flareon would get a fire version of it and stuff. I think all of them should have one of those. And then Sylveon could get a different third ability since it already has Pixelate as its hidden ability. I don't know. It's weird. Ow. I think it's weird because Eevee is kind of on like secondary mascot status. I would say it's like Pikachu is obviously the main mascot, and then like for secondary mascots, there's a few. There's like Charizard, of course. I'd say Eevee is up there. And then like maybe like Greninja, and then whatever the current starters are. Although I think Greninja has kind of fallen off a little bit in recent years, probably because they nerfed Protean. But like Eevee is like gets a lot of love and a lot of fan service, but like they haven't done anything to keep the Eevees relevant. Like Gigantamax, they only gave one for Eevee. Z-move only for Eevee. Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, you couldn't even evolve your Eevee, which is Eevee's whole gimmick. And then like the Eeveelutions are just kind of like meh Pokemon in general in terms of like competitive use nowadays. They're just kind of outclassed. They don't get any new abilities. They don't get a ton of move options. And I just think that's very weird. I feel like they should, you know, do more to help them out for how much they push them. Like, is the world gonna break if Flareon gets like actually good options to attack with? They built it as some kind of like physical attacker, but like it barely gets physical moves to use with it. Like, I don't know. Also, I think they should add extreme speed to Eevee's move pool because it'd be funny, especially if they gave them extreme speed plus the type changing ability. Then you could have Flareon firing off fire type extreme speed, which would be very funny. Dude, Rotom, where are you? Yeah, again, the light kind of plays tricks with this. Every so often I'm seeing one that I think is shiny, but then I look at it a little closer. I'm like, nope, never mind. Just a trick of the light. I almost forgot that the Pikmin were going at it in the background of this track for some reason. I think this might be like the Wii file, like the file moving thing. File transfer, that's the word I'm looking for. I never had to transfer files on like the Wii or the Wii U, but I know that in one of those it uses like the Pikmin for it. Alright, we got 5 more minutes on this sandwich. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Usually the sandwiches work a good deal better than this. And you see at least like one shiny with them. I want a personality marked Rotom, come on. Give me Rotom the feisty or something, I don't know. Don't you want a feisty washing machine? Also, I hate that in Scarlet and Violet, you go to do a picnic and you're on your motorbike and it's just like, no, you can't do a picnic right now because you're on your motorbike. And I'm like, well, then just take me off the motorbike. Seems like a very obvious answer, right? Game Freak spaghetti code strikes again, right? Another thing that's really annoying, and I've definitely felt it the last few days, playing, because I've been playing over the last few days. I played Scarlet, ZA, and Legends Arceus, and they all have different button layouts. It makes me so mad. Why is... Oh, and I was also playing Pokopia on the side, and that also has a different button layout. Why can they not have one consistent button for everything? They're allergic to consistent button layouts. I don't know why. I'm half expecting to boot up Champions, and it turns out that you confirm things using the R button or something. Because Pokemon just can't figure out a consistent button layout for whatever reason. It was fine back in the Game Boy Advance DS era and the 3DS era. For whatever reason, once they transferred to Switch, they were just like, oh man, just put the button on whatever we feel like. It's like, dude, just make it consistent. You do? Oh, is that in regards to my haha funny joke about confirming things with the R button? Hi Daedra, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. What's up? All caps Brandy had me freak out for a split second. I thought that I missed a shiny. I was like, oh wait, what did I miss? You got Scarlet and ACNH. Ooh, congrats. I hope you're enjoying them. How are they going? All right, we got time for one more picnic reset before we reset the game. Hold on, let me... There we go. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to pull this up. There we go. Confirm Mega Evolution with R. Gross. Gross. Already time traveled in ACNH to get the bird guy. Ooh, nice. I'm glad that you're enjoying the Switch. Yeah, Switch my beloved. It's very funny when I see, as someone who has been with Nintendo all these years and like pretty much almost exclusively plays Nintendo stuff, I've in recent times seen people trying to spin this narrative that Nintendo was doing better during the Wii U era compared to the Switch 2 era, which is like absolute nonsense. But as someone who lived through the Wii U era, no, it was not. I was buying most Nintendo releases during the Wii U era, and my library is very small. They did have some good games during that era, Splatoon especially, but people being nostalgic for the Wii U Nintendo is very funny. And this is from someone who really liked the Wii U too. I thought it was a terrible idea when I first heard it. I got it anyway so I could play Zelda. But yeah, I love the Wii U. I actually like the clunky gamepad. It feels very nice. It like it has a good weight in my hands, but the console itself is not anything terribly impressive. So people being nostalgic for it is very funny. All right, let's reset, get our sandwich ingredients back, and try again. Trifecta is complete again. Switch to PS5 and Steam Deck. Nice. Nice. You don't even know how to spot a shiny in this game? No, that's fair. They removed shiny sounds and shiny sparkles in the overworld for this one. Baffling choices. It makes shiny hunting on this kind of annoying, but alright, we're going to Porto Marinata. Pikmin 3 was Wii U era. I do love Pikmin 3, but Pikmin 3 is also now on the Switch 2. Although I've heard that the Pikmin 3 Deluxe version is kind of wonky and not as good. I have Pikmin 3 Deluxe. I got it to play on stream eventually, but I haven't tried it. All right, cucumber, pickle, 2 peppers. Two curries, and then a sour bitter. Oh, bottle spray, why? Oh, thank you for the head pat. Oh god, look, the peppers are glitching through the table. Very cool, thank you, Game Freak. I don't know. I like to clown on Game Freak for their lack of competence at most things nowadays, which is a shame. I used to have a very high opinion of them back during the DS era, but I like to clown on Game Freak nowadays. But kind of funny move to be like, yeah, our physics engine sucks. Make a mini game out of it. Kind of a pro gamer move. Any tips for a newbie with Pokemon Scarlet? What are some tips? I don't know that there's much in terms of tips. I think I have autosave turned off. I think if you turn off autosave, you can save in front of a shiny and then retry if you don't catch it. That's a tip, I guess. Pikmin 3 Deluxe story being co-op now. Is it co-op now? What is this sad cowboy music? I know it's from Sun and Moon, but like, where's this from? Oh, Paniola Town at night. Okay. That makes sense. I never stayed at Paniola Town. The worst town in Sun and Moon. That explains everything. Sun and Moon actually has a lot of really cool towns. I did not like sad cowboy town with a bunch of dirt and nothing else. Kind of a flop town, personally. Though this would have gone crazy in my Coliseum video. Uses Wuggy Trio. Who all did we use in our Scarlet playthrough? I've now, since that first Scarlet playthrough, I played through it, I think 7 times. Well, 7 times between Scarlet and Violet. On the initial playthrough, though, we used Garganical, Clodsire, Meowscarada, Azumarill, Palmot, and who was our last slot? The last slot was our, like, flex spot, but I did end up settling on a 6th team member eventually. I just don't remember who. I remember one of the options I was considering was Rotom. They made a Brokeback Mountain inspired town. I remember I wanted to use for my my first on-stream playthrough, I wanted to use Slitherwing, and I didn't know until partway through that Slitherwing was late game, like actually basically post game. So that was sad. I should do a run where I trade myself over the Paradox Pokemon. But I guess the problem with that is that they're all super high level, so you can't actually use them. I'm really curious how, like, I hope they bring back paradoxes in a future game. I mean, like, obviously they'll find some kind of way to do it. But I'm kind of curious what they'll do with them. Will they just slap them out in the overworld with no explanation? I could see them doing similar to, like, the Ultra Beasts in what's it called? In Sword and Shield. Where they're, like, in this cave and they're chilling there, and it's like, oh yeah, this Ultra Space opened up and plopped all these Ultra Beasts into the world. That would make sense. Okay, there's my Rotom. I was like, are they gonna respawn or no? Yes, yes, I did watch the Winds and Waves announcement. I actually recorded a reaction to it. I got up early, I recorded a reaction. I had some like decently funny things. I felt that I was reacting in the moment. I forgot to turn my microphone on. So the whole time I was sitting there reacting and just not recording the actual sound, so I ended up scrapping that one, unfortunately. But yeah, Winds and Waves looks surprisingly good, and I'm reassured at the fact that they're delaying it by a year, because we definitely thought, everyone thought that it was going to release this year, but them taking an extra year to polish it makes me feel a lot more comfortable with the idea. You like this track? It's not from Legend of Zelda, this is from Sun and Moon. This is Mali City at night. Obviously, we don't have a lot to go off of yet, but which starter and which version are you guys leaning towards? Sounded like Laws a bit. Yeah, it kind of does have that Legend of Zelda vibe to it. Also sounds like something you would hear in, like, Fire Emblem Fates. It's got that, like, it's got, like, that Japanese old city vibe. You'd think that you'd hear this in Fates or in, what's that other one? Okami. That's it. Yeah, I could definitely hear this in Okami. Pombon and Winds. Same. That is also my current preferred pick. Your initial Scarlet team was Skeledirge, Squawkabilly, Doxman, Sudowoodo, Palossand, and a random shiny Kilowattrel you found. Ooh, nice. Oh, that was my last Pokemon. It was the shiny, Swablu I found that I turned into an Altaria. That's right. That's right. I think his name was Sunulu. I got new emotes. Yeah, I put in a few new emotes because I had slots to fill. I don't know that I'll keep all the current emotes. I'll probably replace them eventually, but... when I do, I might look into setting up the old emotes that I replace on, like, Better Twitch or whatever. One of those extensions that lets you use extra emotes. The Togepi is super cute. Yeah. He's the silly punchy Togi. Thought it was the type of song that plays in the Japanese looking town in Sun and Moon. Who knows? It is a mystery, right? Are there Eevee in this game? There are Eevee. I think they're kind of like all over the place. But yes, you can get the Eevees. In fact, I made a short about it because I found I found Flareon and I was like super excited. That was one of the first shorts I made. Booster Land. It wasn't an island, but it was a bunch of boosters. You want to find one for your starter team? Ah! Ah! I fell. Go back up. Yes, go back up. I don't know how I fell. Yeah, where is Eevee? It's all over the place. I know that Eevee itself is near like a mid-game city, and then the other Eevees are like kind of spread out. Dude, where's Eevee? There they are. L-O-V-E, we love Eevee. Yeah, so it's pretty rare, but you can see it in those areas there. It's mostly up around Medali, I think is the name of the city. It's so hard to remember the names of the cities in this game because most of them just kind of blend together. I remember Koskarafa and Lavencia mostly because they have ribbon guys there to get ribbons from. And then Porto Marinata has the auction, which is really dumb. Montenevera has the hyper training. And then, like, all the other cities in this game I don't remember. I only remember them if they have something of value. And sadly, in this game, there's not that many cities that have something of value. Because they put everything out in the wild areas. Being able to craft every TM at any given time is kind of cool, but... I don't know. It would have been cool to have, like, vendors in all of the cities that sold, like, TMs there. So you could, like, bypass the crafting requirements for some TMs. Kind of like how they did in the Blueberry Academy, where you can buy some commonly used competitive TMs outright and save yourself the grind. Also, we have had really atrocious luck with this this Rotom so far. You have Shinx, Sprigatito, Riolu, and Fletchling. Nice. That's a pretty fun setup. You remember Lavencia and Artisan because of the TCG? What do they do in the TCG? To be fair, I would remember Lavencia without them having a important character there, just because Lavencia is like the only town in this game with actual vibes. Lavencia is like the kind of town that I go crazy for. That is a cool setting. Gives me like Sunny Shore vibes. You got all this technology and stuff. Very cool. Although Lavencia is less on like the technology and stuff, but it's got all the lights and stuff that still give it that similar kind of vibe. You were gonna play ACNH, but now you want your Eevee? Fair. Oh, apparently I'm on a hill, so I can't pull up the picnic. I was like, why isn't it bringing up my picnic? I wouldn't be surprised if there was a shiny Rotom at some point and I missed it. To be fair. Like I said, it is a little difficult to tell with these guys. I do think having it at night helps a little. That is one of the weirdest things with Scarlet and Violet. The fact that you can't manually, like, just go to your room in the academy and just change it to day or night is such a baffling decision. They had that as an option in Legends Arceus. It's a thing in Legends ZA. And then in Sword and Shield, it's dependent. Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, it's dependent on your in-game or your actual console clock, which makes sense. So like both of those options make sense, but having a weird middle ground where it's on an in-game timer, but you can't influence it directly is such a weird choice. So strange. Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet are so weird because it's like there's so many hints of having a really good game in here that are just covered in obviously rushed stuff, like it being rushed, and just baffling game design decisions. Lavencia lets you get energy back, and Artisan lets you put little guys into play. Oh, I would like the ability to put little guys into play. Little guys love to play. That sounds very, very useful. I would put all the Eevees into play. I'd probably lose, but I would do it for Eevee. I'd put all the Eevees and a Togepi into play. I don't remember this track. Okay, I thought it was like a story cutscene track of some kind, which is what it looks like it is, because it does have Lily's motif in it. And it is, the name of this track is apparently Lonely Lily, so that makes sense. I was like, it sounds like a story cutscene track that I just don't remember. It's like, to be fair, I only played through Sun and Moon. I played base game Sun and Moon twice and Ultra Sun once. So. Which Pokemon game have I played through the least? As weird as it is, it might be Sun and Moon, actually. Yeah, I think I've played, or maybe not individual games, but like based off like generation and stuff. I guess if you count the Legends game, actually it's Legends Arceus. I've only played through Legends Arceus once. And I have thought about doing another playthrough on stream at some point. ZA I've played through twice. And I am planning to do a third it as well. Because I need more copies of Mega Floette. But then for like the traditional games in the series, I've only played through Sun and Moon 3 times. For you, it's Sword and Shield. I've actually played through Sword a decent number of times. I played through Sword like 4 times, I think, to get copies of the legendaries to trade over. And then I played through Shield, not Sword. But I have Sword as well, and I need to play through that for copies of Zacian. I actually got the Sword for a birthday present, but I already know that they'll let me borrow it to use, so. Once they're done, I'll play through it. That's why I haven't done it yet. There's a very playable Flareon deck right now. Ooh, I love Flareon. He's such a little guy. I love my my big sleeping Flareon plush that I got. He's so cute. Only Jin, you didn't bother with competitive because you hated Dynamax. That's fair. Dynamax is, in my opinion, the least exciting mechanic. Oh, I'm trying to do the zoom in. Yeah, none of those guys are shiny. Wait, there's a shiny. Oh yeah, that's very noticeable actually. This one is not marked, but I'll still catch it. But yeah, okay, that's a lot more noticeable than I thought. That is good. Very helpful. I've got 9 fastballs. Okay. Just in case I don't find another one here, I will catch this one in a fastball. Oh no, I forgot to put Breloom in the team. Hold on. I will say, one of the cool things in this is being able to back out of a fight and readjust your party is very nice. Hiccup, sorry. People hated Z moves. Yeah, I loved Z moves. I thought it was super cool being able to run like off the wall stuff because like of course you could just use it as a big nuke, but then you also had the option to do like weird stuff like Z conversion Porygon was one of my favorites. I loved that. I loved all the options you had with Z moves. Z moves, they could never make me hate you. I might, Z Stockpile. I don't remember what all of them did. I don't remember what Z Stockpile did, but I also remember liking Z Parting Shot. Okay. It chewed through 2 fastballs. I'm just gonna... No. If it eats another fastball, I'll reset. I think I value 3 fastballs more than 2 herbas, but... The problem is I will lose the sandwich buffs if I reset. Breloom, get it together, dude. There. I would false swipe it, but it's a ghost currently. Okay. Try again, dude. It gave me the boost and fully healed me. Oh, stockpile. I thought you were talking about the Rotom for a split second. I was like, what? I was like, I haven't been paying attention to what Rotom was doing, so maybe it did that? I was like, I don't think that sounds right. Yeah, Z stockpile sounds funny then. Oh, no, not you. Alright, Breloom. No. I'm trying to learn moves. Okay. Replace low sweep with... Leech Seed. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately that did remove my sandwich buffs because we reset, but... And realistically, this unmarked shiny is not worth as much as the Herba Mysticas were, but... I don't care. It doesn't take that long to get more Herba, so... I can grind some off-stream. Breloom is not putting in the work, I will say. But yeah, I'm glad that the shiny Rotom is a lot more noticeable than I thought it would be. Oh, not regular Pokeball. Breakout, dude. Thank you. Alright. Hit it with Spore. Nope. My Breloom is just kind of kind of a disappointment. It's okay, I can fix him. Fix her. I can rebuild her. I can make her better. This is some, like, swanky casino music. I don't remember this. Oh, Festival Plaza at night. That explains it. Nobody used Festival Plaza. Oh, did I forget to put it to sleep? I just assumed that my stupid Breloom did its job and put it to sleep while I was checking the music. I don't think Corvisquire would have helped us here. Slugma could have. Slugma could have burned it, but Corvisquire wouldn't have done anything. Festival Plaza PTSD kicked in. Oh my god, it still broke out? Are you kidding? This Rotom is gonna make me actually mad. What do you mean it broke out? And it doesn't even have a mark. I'm putting in way too much effort for a Pokemon that isn't even useful. All right, try again. Howley City, my beloved. I actually, funny enough, I probably use the Festival Plaza more than a lot of people, and I still don't think it's very good. What's your ability? Technician, get that out of my face. All right, I think it's, oh no. Ability patch to affect spore and then capsule to poison heal. There we go. And then I want to give you a toxic orb. There you go. You do have leech seed. Yeah, false swipe. Okay, cool. All right, where'd the shiny go? That shiny just dipped, I guess. It shouldn't have despawned, but oh, there you are. I was like, where did it go? I used the Festival Plaza for the actual shops and stuff inside it.
This could turn the tides.
Oh, thank you for the raid, Toasty Cube. Welcome in. I hope you guys are having a good day, and I hope you had a good stream. What's up? And hello, Gaming with Camden. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you guys doing? We are trying to catch this shiny Rotom here. And we're looking for a marked shiny Rotom, but this one doesn't have a mark, but I'm catching it anyway. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, we're looking for a marked one. We do have the sandwich power to help with the mark, but this is our first shiny Rotom today, and it has no mark, sadly. Hello, Hasten. Welcome. Yeah, thank you guys so much. How are you doing? What were you playing? Your hunt is a 1 in, oh wow, 234, or I can't even read. The number's too big. It broke my brain. 230,400. What are you looking for? Jeez, that sounds crazy. Good to see the spot does work. You were trying to get special scan in ZA, but like 80 scans later never got Rotom. Oh no, yeah. I want to do, I was thinking about doing a thing where I shiny hunt all the special scan Pokemon as well. But like the random nature of it sounds really annoying. I'm kind of putting it off. Shiny Alpha Female Eevee. Ooh. Yeah, that does sound difficult. Is there a specific reason you're doing it in Legends Arceus instead of getting one in ZA? I'm guessing you want the harder to get version, because it probably would be easier. Oh, you don't have ZA. Ah, gotcha. That makes sense. Because with Sparkling and Alpha Power Donuts, it would be a lot easier to get a shiny Alpha Eevee And then you'd only have to roll for female, but yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why, I just assume that everyone has these, but yeah, that's fair. You were hunting 3 copies of every shiny starter in the terrarium. 27 out of 72 right now. Oh, geez. That is a lot. Also, my fastball failed again. I don't know why. The fastball is just working really poorly. I have the catching charm and everything. There we go. We should be getting these way more commonly. Only 0 to 7 spawn. Need to do the shiny hunt yourself. Oh wait, yeah, I read that part. Basically, shiny living decks of the starters. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's why I figured you need 3, but are you gonna go for the extras of Rowlet and Cyndaquil and Oshawott to get the Legends Arceus versions? The Hisuian versions? Alright, there we go. Rotom acquired. Yeah, no mark, unfortunately. Mild nature. Been hunting Eevee forever. Or, I can't even read. Over 200 hours, jeez. Hang in there. Rally luck for you. Best of luck on getting that. How many Eevees have you found that weren't the one you were looking for? Might, but already got a couple of them in Arceus since you have a almost full perfected dex on that. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that makes sense. How many hours do I have on my save? For this game, or I'm guessing you mean on this game. Oh, it doesn't say there. I'll just pull it up. 250 on Scarlet, 120 on ZA. Oh my god, how did I hit 135 on Pokopia already? Jeez. That's disturbing. I don't want to think about that. 135 on Arceus, 65 on Brilliant Diamond. That's the highest anyone's ever played on Brilliant Diamond, I think. Oh, you meant Camden. I gotcha. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. 350 on PLA. 45 on Violet. There we go. Shield. For some reason, I've got a lot of time on Shield. Too many Dynamax adventures. 1180 on Shield. All right, let's put this Rotom in the box for now. And we'll come down here and we'll start a new sandwich. I think future Rotoms that I find, I won't keep them if they don't have the mark. But I wanted to get that one so that if I give up on this, I still walk away with a Rotom, a shiny Rotom of some kind. Let's make a new sandwich. Almost 200 phases, geez. 8 of which are male Eevee. Jeez. Wait, only 8 of them are other Eevees? That's crazy. You got a shiny Oshawott and Scarlet Violet, then ported to PLA. Evolved it into a Hisuian for a 7-star raid. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I've actually ever moved a Pokemon backwards from a game. I know you can for the non-ZA Switch games, but I don't think I've ever done it. 8 are Eevee, the rest are random Pokemon nearby. That's crazy. And you don't have a single female shiny Eevee. That's sad. I hope you can get it. Hang in there. Rally luck, rally luck. Let's do 1 cucumber, 1 pickle, 2 bell peppers. I think my current longest hunt was the shiny Shadow Togetic in Colosseum. That one took a while. I can actually... Oh. That was weird. This track is interesting. What was the total time on the Colosseum hunt? I can pull it up because I have it in my video script. It was 240 hours for that hunt. And we got it really fast, actually. Relatively speaking, because it was only 2,089 resets. Which is pretty lucky. You phased 6 times on shiny alphas. Crazy. Crazy. I don't know if I've ever gotten a shiny alpha in Legends Arceus. I have it in ZA, but I don't know if I have in Legends Arceus. Okay, next. 2 curries. Sour bitter. Bought a physical copy of Colosseum last year at a convention. That's more of a collector's piece. Yeah, that's fair. I'm shocked it's still not on NSO, and I'm surprised they went with XD first, which doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know why they would skip Colo and go straight to XD. Pokemon Company works in mysterious ways. Yeah, I had a copy of Colosseum from when I was younger. I picked it up used right around the... Like, it was after the Wii came out, so, like, GameCube games were, like, not in demand at the time, so, like, they were still cheap. You could still walk into a store and pick them up, but they were cheap and, well, they were cheap used. I got a used copy. You could pick them up cheap, and it was like right after that they started taking them out of stores, and they started to shoot up in price. So I got really lucky on when I picked up my Colosseum copy. Shinx Bidoof, Shinx Rapidash. That is a lot. Are you just doing it without, like, mass outbreaks and stuff? Or are you just, like, in between outbreaks spawning, doing it that way? Alpha Eevee? Shocked with XD first. Shocked, but it is what it is. Drops in the summer. Yeah, I'm curious when they'll drop it. I could see them dropping Colosseum sometime this year, since they don't have a Winds and Waves dropping like we originally thought, so. Oh, Eevee can't be in mass outbreaks. That's right. Okay. That makes sense. I forgot. You can find most of them in there, so it's hard to remember the weird exceptions. You Superior too? Yeah, my Superior is, this Superior is my, Terra Raid Superior. I just have it on my team because I was training Pokemon and transferring them out, so. Okay, I already wasted a minute of this. Let's look for that Rotom. It's a lot more noticeable than I was thinking it would be. So when we find the shiny, it should be very obvious. I think I can go a little bit faster on the resets. Ooh, Eevee Outbreak. Let's go. Congrats. I hope you get some good stuff in it. Not a graphics guy. You're more of a frame rate over graphics guy. Exterior is going to have the extra polish. I really hope so. Yeah, I'm also not a huge graphics guy. And frankly, I don't even care about frame rate too much as long as it's not like a slideshow. You know, if the frame rate is stable, I don't really mind too much. But I really hope they take the time to really polish up Winds and Waves. And that's why I was like actually really excited when I saw 2027 as the release date. Pokemon fans, the only group of people who get excited with a delay. Oh, thank you for the snack time, Brisk. I will grab something in a minute. But yeah, I just hope they polish things up, make it look nice, make it run well. Don't have the game just glitch on release where everything is just like 20 different glitches being discovered every hour. You know, I just want it to be, you know, nice and consistent and good. I feel like that's not too much to ask for from the biggest media franchise on the planet, right? Use a shiny Serperior you got from Go. Ooh, nice. I do need to get a shiny Serperior eventually. That is one of the Pokemon I like. I've just never gotten around to it. Let me grab I'm gonna have a Rice Krispie treat, if that's okay, Brisk, for today's snack. Thank you again for the redeem. Also, best of luck with the painting, Brisk. Be careful on that ladder. Yeah, thank you again for the snack redeem. I took a really big bite and that's why I went super quiet for a minute. If that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I usually I keep a few different snacks on hand for chat to pick from for the snack redeem, but I left most of them in the other room today. So I only had the Rice Krispie treat on hand. And yeah, Daedra, for getting shinies, there are a few different methods. If you just like Google them, you can find it depending on which game. Since you're in Scarlet, you could do mass outbreaks. If you wait till post game, you can do in post game you can grind for Herba Mystica. Of course, there's also Masta braiding, which I know is not everyone's favorite thing. I personally like it, except in this game. I just hate eggs in this. Getting eggs from picnics is so tedious. I do not enjoy it at all. In fact, the egg missions are like my least favorite missions in Blueberry Academy. Actually, that's not true. The worst ones are the TM ones. I skip TMs. I usually do eggs because they are worth a decent number of points, but I hate doing the egg ones. So yeah, it just kind of depends on how much work you're willing to put into getting the shiny. If you want Eevee specifically, though, Daedra, Eevee's a little bit harder because it is one of the rarer Pokemon to get in like an outbreak or something. You can do like date skips to get it, I think, but I had a friend who spent like an entire day date skipping to get it. He did get it eventually, but it was not fun, according to him. It looks like how new Pokemon Snap does. Based on the trailer, that is definitely how the art style looks. And if runs smoothly as ZA does, we got a game for sure. Yeah, new Pokemon Snap looks really good. I haven't played it yet. I have it on the docket of things to play. I've just been busy with the move. But that looks good. I personally really like Legend ZA's art style as well. it does look a little ugly in a few places, but generally speaking, I like it. I think the characters especially look pretty good. I actually really like Let's Go's art style. I think Let's Go looks really good. Everything else about Let's Go is kind of whatever, but I think art style wise, they did a really good job with it. I did not want to send out Braylon, sorry. Eevee would probably be easiest to get from Masada. Yeah, I would probably do Masada for Eevee, but not everyone likes Masada breeding, and that's very fair. And in Scarlet, I think I would rather replay the whole game with a Gimmighoul as my starter instead of breeding in Scarlet, because it's really annoying. That sounds like a dumb challenge video. Can you beat Pokemon Scarlet if you only use Gimmighoul? Someone's done that, right? Yeah, Let's Go. I think Let's Go looks really, really charming. It's just, unfortunately, the game it's attached to is not that good. I mean, I think the Let's Go hate is a little overblown, but at the same time, it's just like, Let's Go could have been like the definitive Kanto remake, but instead they were like, let's force Go mechanics into it. There's other issues too. There's the hand holding where it's like, oh, you want to do the first gym? Go get a Pokemon that has a type advantage. We won't let you do it until you learn what grass is good against. Yippee. Like, there's other changes that are also not great, and even if it was, like, perfect in every way, the removal of the Sevi Islands would definitely be a point of contention for some people, so it's hard to say that it would have been the definitive remake, but I think it could have been in the in the conversation if they had made it more like a traditional game. Most likely just go to the Eevee place and get one or two. Yeah, best of luck, Daedra. I hope you can find that shiny Eevee. And like, you can do, I think you could do it like what I'm doing, where I'm doing the picnic resets, where I'm respawning the Pokemon in the area by doing the, I'm opening the picnic menu. That's what I'm doing. I didn't explain it, because when I started this, everyone here was kind of familiar with it, I think, with what I was doing, but what I'm doing is I'm respawning did I say Pikmin, by the way? I'm respawning the Pokemon in the area with the picnic menu. When I open the picnic, it makes all the Pokemon despawn, and then when I close it, all the Pokemon respawn. Yeah, you could do that near Medali, and you could eat like a normal encounter power sandwich. You wouldn't have access to like the level 3 versions, but you could probably do like a level 1 or level 2 to make them more common. It wouldn't be like the most fun hunt of all time, but like, you could do it. Obviously, if you wait until you get post-game and you just get some Herba Mystica, then it'll be a lot easier, but had like 50 or 60 unique shinies on the game too. Doing it with the wrong method. Let's Go. Yeah, I remember hearing that apparently, like years after that game stopped being relevant, it turned out that everyone was shiny hunting wrong in that one. Which is very silly, but you always find an Eevee around Medali no matter what. Yeah, I think there's usually at least like one running around there, but of course, if you're going for no shiny charm, full odds, no sandwich power boost shiny off of like one Eevee, that is going to be kind of painful. Yeah, our luck with these shinies today have not been great overall. You've never shiny hunted in Let's Go? I've done a few. I think my I did it during my actual playthrough. My team was my starter Eevee and then like 5 shinies that I got. I'm trying to remember who all I was using. I think I had Kangaskhan, Clefable, Starmie. I can't remember the other 2 though. Oh, Venusaur. One was Venusaur. Who was the last one? Might have been like Ninetales or something. I can't remember the last one, but I had like a team of like 5 shinies plus my starter Eevee. More painful than your hunt? Probably not that painful, but it would not be fun. Catch combo thing only applies to the next Pokemon in the chain. Yeah, which is wild because people were getting shinies no problem in Let's Go, so it's kind of wild that we were doing it wrong and it was still just like working out perfectly. Compare that to in Sword and Shield, where it took years for us to understand how Brilliant Aura mechanic works. And then you do it right and it still sucks. I did do the Brilliant Aura shiny hunt over the summer. We did a Brilliant Aura mark hunt for shiny Torkoal. And over that hunt, it was like 11... We found like 11 shinies before we got the marked one. And of those, only 1 shiny was actually from Brilliant Aura. All the others were just random. Brilliant Aura as a mechanic was just really terrible. Totally forgot to buy Pokeballs. Oh no. Yeah, always get some Pokeballs. Because you can save, if you turn off autosave, you can save in front of the shiny and retry, as long as you have the 1 Pokeball. But if you don't have that 1 Pokeball, then you're kind of screwed. Oh, no, I don't want to save. Don't remind you of Sword. Yeah, Sword and Shield are contentious. Still don't know how Sword and Shield works properly. No, that's fair. It's very or not complicated, but like convoluted. Somehow got a shiny charm, full out shiny in DLC because of Bolt Hunt. Bolted right into you. Nice. It was meant to be. It really wanted you to see that it was shiny. You have the charm. 300 DA for Zacian and nothing. 300 DA? Isn't Zacian shiny locked in Sword and Shield? Sword was your first game. Yeah, that's fair. Everyone's got to start somewhere. I wouldn't recommend Sword as a first experience, but like, I like to clown on Sword and Shield. They have, similar to Scarlet and Violet, they have like parts of them that are like fun and good. I would not personally pick it as my first experience, but like, I think someone could still play Sword and Shield as their first game and fall in love with the series. And hey, if you start with Sword and Shield, your expectations are held firmly in check, right? You're gonna know, if you start on Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet, you know going in that the series can be janky. You know, it's mostly gonna be up from there. Oh, Zygarde. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. That's why I was confused. I thought maybe you meant Dynamax Adventures, but you said Zacian, who isn't in there, and I was like, what? And also Zacian being shiny locked, I was like, I'm very confused. I was like, I hope you're not trying to shiny hunt Zacian. Yeah, Zygarde makes more sense. Sword and Shield music is underrated. I feel Sword and Shield is the most hit and miss music in the franchise. It has some really good tracks, like the Gym Leader theme, the Battle Tower theme that they had Toby Fox compose. I really like tracks like that. Like Marnie and Beatty have good themes, but then I just don't care for like any of the Wild Area music. Oh, thank you for the posture check, Daedra. I will sit up straight. I can feel my back breaking. I will do it. I will unshrimp myself. Triple odds and nothing for Zygarde sucks. Yeah, that's fair. I went over odds on my hunt for Ho-Oh, which I would pull up, but I literally transferred it out of this game yesterday. Last night I was transferring Pokemon out of this game and I transferred out the Ho-Oh. Feel some of the city themes. I know there were a few good city themes, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. You don't have a single shiny legendary from DA? Yeah, DA does spit out Pokemon like crazy, but the legendaries are, you know, they're harder. They're the bosses, so it makes sense. I've gotten from Dynamax Adventures, because that's why I have so many hours on Shield, is because I actually really like Dynamax Adventures. I find it to be one of the more fun methods of shiny hunting. I have a shiny Blasphalon, Kartana, I think Tapu Bulu? I don't remember if I actually did get Tapu Bulu or not. I have Landorus, I have Heatran, and Ho-Oh. All as shinies from Dynamax Adventures. I might have like one or two more Pokemon that I just am blanking on, but I've gotten a decent number of shinies from it. And then of course there's the more common Pokemon that I've gotten shiny as well, including like 2 Aeroscuda or Barrascuda. I can't ever remember which one's the evolved one of those, but I got 2 of those like almost back to back. I think there was like 1 or 2 Dynamax Adventures in between, but they were practically back to back. I think I also got like 2 Starmie from it. All right, we got 10 more minutes on the Rotom sandwich, and then I'll make a new one. Turffield, Stoneside, Wedgehurst, and Postwick in the main 4 safe for you. Yeah, I'd have to listen to them again. The main town theme from Sword and Shield that sticks in my head is Hilberry's theme. And I wouldn't say that that's a good thing necessarily. I don't like Hilberry's theme, but like it's so different from my normal music taste that it like sticks in my head. It's very distinct. Need some luck here. Rally luck, rally luck. And we'll do a rally luck for the shiny hunting. I'll do it. Rally luck. Rally luck. There we go. Rally luck, rally luck. Everyone get shinies. We gotta get shinies now. Slumbering Weald. Yeah, Slumbering Weald I remember being pretty good. I like the Zacian and Zamazenta music. And I know people love the wolf howls in it. I wish there was a version of it without the howling. Like the howling is very fitting for it, but sometimes like I want to use that track in like a video and the howls are just like too distracting. Man, these Rotoms are not cooperating. You're not shiny. You will hunt this Eevee till you die. Are you planning to evolve it, or do you just want to keep it as an Eevee? Oh, is that the end of our playlist, I think? Yeah. And let's get some more of this in here. Gonna do Sylveon. Ooh, nice. Sylveon, the former alpha. Shiny hunting a tyrant with eggs and got it first try. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I've had a few. It's not that common, but every once in a while you get a shiny hunt where you like sit down and you just get it like randomly at the very beginning. That happened with my Rowlet. That actually I wasn't shiny hunting it. I was breeding it for Dex completion in Sun and Moon, and like the first egg that I hatched was a shiny. And I was using a I had the foreign Ditto, so it wasn't like full odds, but it was still pretty cool. What do I mean former? What did I mean by former? I forget the context of what I was saying that I said I started to say that. Oh, Sylveon the former alpha. Oh, okay. When you do Pokemon, they can have these like marks and ribbons. And when you get an alpha Pokemon and transfer it out to like Scarlet or like champions, you can you can select that mark for being an alpha Pokemon, and it'll give it the title of the former alpha. So like you're not transferring it to another game. Ah, gotcha. But yeah, so like I don't have any on here exactly. But like, see, I've got these marks here. Like I've got Litten the sociable. I've got Grubbin the early riser. So if you transferred that Sylveon out of there, it would receive the alpha mark, and then when you select that, it would give it the title when it's sent into battle that would say Sylveon, the former alpha. That's what I was referring to. Yeah, great. If you got the Great Tusk that spawns after the story, it will have like the title of the former Titan or something like that. And so that's like a common thing. Well, kind of common, I guess. People will. That's what I'm doing here, basically. I'm looking for a Rotom with a shiny Rotom with a mark. To like add a little extra challenge to the hunt and make it feel a little more unique. And that's also like why I would go for a alpha Pokemon specifically in Arceus or ZA. If I wanted a shiny alpha, it would probably be more because it would have the mark of being the former alpha, which would be cool to have. Oh, there's all those Wattrels down there I didn't even notice. I wonder how many shiny Wattrels spawned down there that I didn't notice. Probably a lot, but I don't particularly care. I already have a shiny Wattrel, and it's not a Pokemon that I especially care about. Oh, you got... Oh, no, you got a shiny Great Tusk from Underground. Ooh. And it was the Cloud Watcher. He was watching the dust clouds. He thought he was still in Gen 5. You guys remember the dust clouds in Gen 5? Those were fun. I'm a weirdo, so I liked farming those things for items. That was the kind of thing that I did for enjoyment. I was just like, oh yeah, let me run back and forth till a dust cloud spawns. In hindsight, the signs were all there that I would eventually become a shiny hunter. That is a very shiny hunter coded thing to do. But yeah, with the Brilliant Aura hunt that I was talking about earlier that I did in Sword and Shield, for that hunt, I was looking for a Torkoal with the dry mark from catching it in intense sunlight. And it took me 11 Torkoals to get, which is actually really good for how rare the dry mark is. I think it's like, on average, would be, with the mark charm, I think it'd be like 1 in 25, roughly, would be the odds of having a shiny with that spawn. And it took me, I think, 11 shinies to get it, which was super lucky and super cool. I still need to make the video on that. I'm just lazy. I don't want to edit the clips. I need to sit down and edit these videos. It's what I should be doing instead of playing Pokopia, but... Do marks exist in PLA? They aren't in the game. You can't equip the marks, sadly. But if you catch a alpha in that game, or you take a picture of a Pokemon from it in the photo studio, the game will remember that. And when you transfer them out, they'll receive... they'll get... If they were an alpha, they'll get their alpha mark. And if you take a picture of them at the photo studio, they get the Hisui ribbon, which gives them the title of the Distant Past, which is a pretty cool one. I wish more Pokemon could get it. I would love it if you could get that on the Past Paradox Pokemon. So then you'd have like Slitherwing of the Distant Past, because that title goes crazy. If you send an alpha to Scarlet, then send it back, does it become alpha again? I don't know on that. I would think yes, because it remembers that it was an alpha in order to give it the alpha ribbon. But I would definitely double check before doing that. I mean, it would be pretty easy to check. You could just catch a random alpha and test it that way. Trade over like a random alpha that you find randomly, and then trade it back and see if it still stays alpha. But that's one of those things where I would think yes, but because it was coded by Game Freak, I'm not confident to say yes. It sounds like something that would be yes, but maybe. Oh no, is my sandwich done? All right, let me reset, get my ingredients back. Yeah, the random alpha that you find randomly, exactly. Hi, Super Plush Lord, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. What's up? We're doing some shiny hunting, and and Brandy's rambling as usual. It's dangerous to let Brandy ramble about Pokemon because he'll just sit there and he'll just talk forever on that. But yeah, it's something that I would think that it would track because it remembers like other stuff. It'll remember if you like take a Pokemon from Scarlet and get like the Paldean Champ ribbon and then trade it back to Sword and Shield and then trade it back to Scarlet and Violet afterwards. It'll remember and like give you the champion ribbon, I'm pretty sure still. So like it remembers these things. So it would make sense if it remembers that it's alpha. But again, it's made by Game Freak, so I don't know. Gotta throw in that Game Freak shade. I was really hoping we would have more luck with the Rotom here. So I thought it'd be fun to start doing some ZA shiny hunts, but no luck so far. And yellow bell pepper times 2. 2 curries, a sour, and a bitter. But yeah, so in Legends Arceus and Legends ZA, it remembers the marks and ribbons that you have, from my understanding, but it won't display them. There's no way to display them in those games, which is weird. I could kind of see in Legends Arceus, since it's not like very battle-centric. But since ZA does have online battles, I would have thought they would keep the ribbon thing in there, but for whatever reason, they just didn't. Turtwig's in home. Welcome home, Turtwig. Brisk asked your least favorite Pokemon, and you finally decided it's Bronzor. Ah, rip. I actually kind of like Bronzor. It's a little guy, but understandable. It's not a terribly popular one. Now it's in Scarlet. Nice. My least favorite is Rellor, for sure. Before that, prior to Rellor, it was Stunfisk, and before Stunfisk, it was Volbeat. So those are like my unholy trinity. Those are like my 3 least liked, but Rellor blew the other ones out of the water. It has the same face as someone I used to know, so. That Pokemon was doomed for me to hate it from the start. Oh, there we go. There's a shiny right off the bat. It's also not marked, though, so I'll catch it, but I might end up resetting over this one. You don't like Flamigo? That's fair. I also am not a huge fan of Flamigo. Like, I get it. It's supposed to be a boxing glove, but it's a little too subtle of a design, I think. It just kind of looks straight up like a flamingo. Yeah, it's supposed to be a boxing glove. And that's part of why it's like fighting type. I'll pull it up after this, after I catch this Rotom. Which at least this one I don't need to use a fastball on, so because this one isn't marked and I don't care. Cannot convince you it's a boxing glove. Yeah, I had to squint at it to understand what people were saying, to be fair. Bronzor is super annoying to fight, has a face that looks like it's just taunting you. That's why I didn't like Stunfisk. Its animation in Gen 5, it had a face that looked like it was just laughing at you, and then its idle animation is it laughing, so it was just like, get out of my face. I did not like Stunfisk very much. With that said, as much as I dislike Stunfisk, Galarian Stunfisk turning into a bear trap is actually a stroke of brilliance. I will say, Galarian Stunfisk, brilliant design. Not a fan of it, but I can at least appreciate it. Why do you recognize this song from somewhere? This is like Wii and DS music. This is from the software shop. The software eShop for some Nintendo console. I don't remember which one. There we go. Our second shiny Rotom of the day. Oh, I should probably have a marker on screen, but I'm too lazy to put it up. Just know that this is our second Rotom that we've gotten. DSI, gotcha. Turtwig just got murdered by Rockruff, rip. Rockruff is a pretty cool Pokemon. I do like Rockruff. I do wish they had done a little more with the forms. Like the dusk form not being like or what was it, dusk or midnight? The bipedal one. It should have been like rock and dark type, I think. I feel like they're just similar enough to where I don't care that it has multiple forms, you know? They're a little too similar to each other to where it doesn't feel distinct enough. Shiny Hunting and Own Tempo Rockruff. That one gives you the Dusk form, right? When it has Own Tempo. Bipedal is the Midnight form. Okay, that's what I thought. I couldn't remember if it was like Midnight or like Nighttime form or something. Midnight sounded right, but I think my brain has reached the it has finally reached peak capacity for remembering all these different Pokemon. I have to start deleting things. I'm gonna start by deleting freaking Lumineon. No one remembers that one. Actually, I remember Lumineon distinctly just because of how forgettable it is. I always remember Lumineon because twice I've played through the Gen 4 games, and the last Pokemon that I needed for the Dex was Lumineon. It's so forgettable that it became hard to forget. Add Lycanroc Eclipse, make it as edgy as possible. I don't even know how you outdo the Midnight form, but they could figure it out. Yeah, Midnight form is one that I always remember how it looks, but I can't ever remember the term for it for whatever reason. And it shouldn't be that hard, it's just Midnight. But I always second guess myself with the name of that form. I'm like, Midnight form is too basic. It's got to be something more complex, right? Give it a Mohawk. Lycanroc Mohawk form. I think they should give... they should make a Nidoking with a Mohawk and call it Midlife Crisis form. Forgettable Pokemon competition name. The most forgettable Mon. Least memorable one wins. Like I said, my vote for least memorable is probably Lumineon or Finneon. But the odd thing is that the very fact that you can remember that they're forgettable almost works as a counter argument for them being forgettable, you know? Maractus is also kind of up there, but the funniest thing about Maractus was people going... When Sword and Shield was announced that they were cutting the decks, people were like, we're never gonna see all these forgettable Pokemon like Maractus again. And then immediately they drop a trailer and it has Maractus in it. The timing of it was just very funny. Trumbeak? I like Trumbeak. More than liking Trumbeak, I like Toucanon. To be fair, usually the forgettable ones are the middle stage evolutions that people just don't care about as much. Yeah, like I would say that I like Toucanon, but I don't know that I would say I like Trumbeak, actually. Trumbeak is just kind of a thing that you have to deal with to get Toucanon. Maractus, Finneon, and Lumineon are widely considered the most forgettable. I used to also say the Unova monkeys, but then Simisear won the dubious honor of being like the least popular Pokemon in that one Japanese poll. And then ever since then, people like never let you forget about the monkeys. And then they actually saw a decent amount of popularity with ZA. Like I saw people like staunchly defending the monkeys in ZA. And I actually know someone whose favorite Pokemon is Panpour. Also, thank you for the Togetic redeem, Super Plush Lord. Hello, Tenshibi, how are you doing? There's my little guy. Iconic for being annoying. Maractus is not forgettable. I actually do kind of like Maractus. I would not say it's the most memorable Pokemon for me, but I do like Maractus. It's just a silly little creature. Turtwig is still in alpha. Nice. Okay, that's what I figured would happen. But, like, you never know. And you do have to be careful because you can transfer backwards for the Switch games except ZA. Once it goes into ZA, it can't go back. So you've got to be careful with that. I mean, I guess in your case, if you don't have ZA, then it doesn't matter, but it's something to keep in mind. Oh, I like this track. I've been really digging these like Fruitiger Arrow playlists lately, and this track is in like all of them, and I really like this one. You never got the monkey hate? I wouldn't say that I hate the monkeys. I just find them kind of bland and uninteresting because they're basically like a second less exciting starter to help like newer players like reinforce their understanding of type matchups, because the first gym will always have a type advantage to your starter, and then the monkeys, you know, reinforce that like, hey, you can get around this by using other Pokemon. Learn your type matchups, learn to rely on more than one Pokemon. So like from a game design perspective, the monkeys are actually a really cool idea. They fall off really fast and they aren't terribly exciting. Like they're all monotype, they don't have like extra move pool, like extensive move pools or anything. They're only 2 stages. So like they just kind of fall off pretty fast. And also design wise, they're all a little samey. I wonder if they would have landed more if instead of just all being monkeys, if they were all like a little more unique, you know? Like really lean into making them a second set of starters, but I don't know. I think there was probably like a certain level of planned obsolescence to their design though. Oh, there's another shiny. Awesome. This one's marked. Okay, cool. All right, what mark are we getting? Let's go. So 3 Rotoms for 1 with a mark. But yeah, I think the monkeys, they always probably had like a certain level of planned obsolescence where they wanted to use them as a tutorial to teach new players, like, here's how types work. Don't rely on just your starter for the whole playthrough. Use other Pokemon, diversify. I think they planned that, but they didn't want it to also just become like a super overpowered second starter, and then you just rely on both of those. So they made them kind of mid so they would fall off shortly after you get them, and then you'd be incentivized to try other Pokemon. But I don't know. I think they could stand to give them like a 3rd evolution or a Mega or something at this point. Oh, I forgot to Leech Seed. You defend Simisage design, bros rocking the Pompadour and the thumbs up. Yeah, the thumbs up is kind of cool. I would probably say Simisage is my favorite of the 3. You would get ZA for this EV hunt, but you want to be able to send it anywhere. That's fair. That is understandable. Though I'd imagine that in the future it'll also have a similar thing with like once you send it to Wind and Waves, it can't go back to the older games, which is kind of dumb, but like, you know, I'm not as torn up over it as other people were because I've been playing through all the other games and I'm like used to the idea that once you send a Pokemon forward, it can't go back. So it doesn't bother me quite as much. I do still think it's a little lame that at this point we aren't just making the Pokemon completely future-proof and letting them like send forward and backwards, but I'm a little more understanding, I would say. Why can't they go back from ZA? Apparently people speculate that it's because they added new language support options, but they have not ever confirmed that, so we don't know for sure. All right, let's get the fastball. Do not eat my fastball, please. Get caught. Yeah, thank you. Makes up for the other one eating up like 2 or 3 fastballs. All right, let's check what the mark on this guy is. Ooh, Ooh, the crafty mark. Rotom the Opportunist. That's a fun one. Okay. That is one of the personality marks, which are one of the rarer types of marks. I feel like I always see the uncommon mark, which is, despite its name, the most common. I always see the uncommon mark or a weather mark. Or not a weather mark, a time of day mark. So getting a personality mark like the crafty ribbon is very cool. So now I've got these extra Rotoms too if I want to do anything with those. And this one has bad stats. Who would have guessed? Didn't stop Kid You from playing with only M-Board the whole game. Oh yeah, absolutely you can, but I get why they like use the monkeys to incentivize trying other things, but of course you can't just brute force it with one Pokemon. Maractus is probably going to get a Mega or New Evolution eventually. Feels like that sort of mon. I feel like what they'll do is they'll actually just give Maractus a regional form. I don't know, I could see it getting like a flower form or something, where it gets a bunch of extra flowers or something and that's it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Toasty Cube. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's pull up I want to use this Rotom in like doubles. How would I go about building it? HP, speed, and special attack. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Oh no, they've got some wonky movesets here. I'll just copy a build off of Smogon, and then I can adjust it later. 252 HP, 76 special attack, 180 speed. Sure. Let's do that. Rotom the Opportunist sounds like you're insulting it. It does sound kind of mean, right? I still got 13 minutes on this shiny sandwich, but I don't know, are there other shinies that I want to look for besides Rotom, or I'm trying to remember what else there is in terms of electrics. We could just go into Chargestone Cave. There's a bunch of shinies there. Oh, but if I go to Chargestone Cave, we're gonna have to look for Tynamo, and I don't like Tynamo. Tynamo's hard to see in this game. I actually do like Tynamo as a Pokemon. I just don't want to shiny hunt it because it sounds miserable. Wait, is that a... There's another one. And it's also marked. What? Alright, we'll get a second marked Rotom. Let's go. They felt bad for how slow the first half of this hunt was. Now I can have a Rotom Frost, or I can have a Rotom Heat and a Rotom Wash if I want. Bridge is comboing with Mega Frostlass. Do they actually, do they make a good combo? Like, it would let it... Frost has Blizzard, right? So it would be able to spam Blizzard due to the snow, but... I mean, I guess Bolt Beam is always a pretty good combo. I was curious if Electric really helped cover your Ice Stab that much, but yeah, I guess Bolt Beam is a classic combo. Use the rental team to get the EVs and moves on them on automatically. Doesn't it cost points to adjust it, though? Oh, and gonna have to head out. So that's 1 a.m. for you. Understandable. Thank you again for the raid and for watching, Toasty Cube, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And it was fun chatting with you. So have a good rest of your evening or morning, I guess. And thanks for watching. All right, I'm gonna burn a few turns while the leech seed chip racks up a little bit. I should have gotten a Pokemon with False Swipe and like Odor Sleuth or something, but I was too lazy to go find one. It's just the best secondary Blizzard spammer. Ah, gotcha. Still, I could see it being useful because Electric covers your water resistance on your ice moves. Yeah, double Rotom. Actually, I guess on this one sandwich we got 3 shiny Rotom, right? Oh, don't confuse me. That's annoying. This was the sandwich of prophecy, I guess. Scrappy False Swiper. Yeah, Scrappy works too, actually. I just don't remember who has that combo in Scarlet and Violet. Right, get caught. Fastball. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, perfect time to use my gotcha emote that no one ever uses. It's a shame, I like this one, but it never gets used. All right, what is the mark on this guy? It's gonna have to be pretty cool to be better than the opportunist mark. Sleepy time mark. Rotom the Sleepy. Okay, that's a much more common mark. So I think I will go with the crafty mark. Let me see. Frost. Dang, there's like no movesets for Frost. Alright, I'll move you into the box for now, actually. Oop. Yeah, is there anything else? Any other electrics? Because I've still got I've got 8 minutes left on the sandwich. No slug emote. we got Togetic emotes though. That's more cool, right? Yeah, what are some electrics I could go for with the rest of this sandwich? And Pikachu, Pachirisu, Vikavolt, Oricorio. Okay, yeah, let's actually go to Chargestone Cave, I guess. I'm gonna hate myself for doing it, but let's go to Chargestone Cave. And just wander around. Maybe we'll see a shiny Electros or something. But if we don't get anything else off this sandwich, that's more than fine. So we got what we wanted. Google Doc with a ton of champion team codes. Yeah, I might look for that. I might look into that. I haven't started Champions. I was thinking we might try Champions on stream like next week at some point. Assuming I feel good. I was gonna stream more this week, but I Like, I was just not feeling well. Champion is missing a ton of items. That is true. They are deeply unserious thinking anyone's gonna run Oranberry. Although, I think Oranberry plus Trick would be a very funny troll option. Because if I remember right, and I might be wrong, I think Trick fails if you're not holding an item. So, like, being able to trick some garbage item no one cares about onto the Pokemon would be funny. Oh wait, Rotom's in here too? I could have been hunting for Rotom in here. No, that's okay. It was better to do it up there because I could actually isolate them. Okay, that Plusle looked more vibrant than normal, but might just be Scarlet lighting engine playing tricks on my eyes. Scope lens is very funny on Hisuian Decidueye. I forget, does like triple arrows have higher crit rate or something? Also, isn't Hisuian Decidueye's ability Scrappy? Am I misremembering that? I just remember looking at Hisuian Decidueye's like stats and ability and being really disappointed, so I haven't thought about it too much since then. I was like, dang, they had a second chance to make Decidueye good and they didn't. I was just very sad. I was like, wow. They do not care for this Pokemon. Ah! I don't want to fight you, Electabuzz. You were like a brother to me. No, don't zap me. That's rude. Why am I struggling to run away? I mean, like, I know that I'm not the fastest, but I shouldn't be struggling. I'm 8 levels higher than this Electabuzz. I should not struggle to run away from it. Alright, 3 more minutes on this meal power. Like, see, look at Tynamo. It's like, how do you even tell if that's shiny or not? Oop. Like, dang, dude, I've got no clue. And I think if I went for shiny Tynamo, the better option would be to get it in ZA, where you have the sparkles and stuff to let you know. Triple arrows being cracked is why they made the stats so bad. I don't believe that. I don't believe that's why, because that does not explain what happened with Hisuian, or with Sneasler. I always want to call Hisuian, or I always want to call Sneasler Hisuian Weavile, which is not right. I think they should give regular Decidueye triple arrows. Did they? Maybe they did and I just don't remember. I actually like regular Decidueye's design more. Hisuian Decidueye is cool, but I like regular Decidueye's design more. And it's such a shame because I really wish Hisuian Decidueye's color palette was what they went with for Shiny Decidueye. Send your guy to murder every non-shiny Dynamo kind of hunt. Yeah. That is the optimal way to do this. I don't particularly care that much about getting another shiny in here, though. It's more of a, if it happens, it's cool, but if I miss it, I don't particularly care. Hisui is more playable. Yeah. I'm so sad. Incineroar and Primarina have like actually competitive viable kits and everything, and then Decidueye is just like, I'm here too. I don't know what they were thinking when they made Decidueye's stat spread. It is certainly the stat spread of all time. Alright, 30 more seconds on this sandwich. Oh no. Suing Decidueye doesn't look like a 60 speed mon. What's sad is that Decidueye is fast by Alolan standards, which means it's horribly slow by literally every other game's standards. For some reason with Alola, they were like, yeah, nothing's allowed to be fast. It's okay, they had to make Pheromosa look really good with that speed stat by comparison to everything else in the decks. Alright, so we are good to leave. Let's go to Mesa Goza, that's the name. I always forget the name of this place. I just think of it as the town with the academy. Alright, you are Plasmec. Oop, there you go. Nope, stop. There we go. It's a naughty nature. This is running modest. This is a nasty plot build. Do I want nasty plot? Let me see if I can find another build. I don't particularly want a nasty plot build, but alright, I found a build that I like well enough. Thunderbolt, Hydro Pump, Will-O-Wisp, and Protect. And that runs Special Defense, HP, and Speed. Yeah. I like that more than the nasty plot setup. Choice Scarf, Volt Switch, Hydro Pump with Pelipper. That sounds fun. Wait, is Choice Scarf in the game? I thought Choice Scarf wasn't in the game yet. Incineroar and Primarina might have a ton more accolades, but Decidueye is in Unite. Decidueye is also in Pokken, but Incineroar is in Smash, and I find that a tragedy. To be fair, though, for Gen 7 is like the one region where they put like any of the starters in Smash, and I'm like, yeah, that's not a terrible pick. I'm insulted that it wasn't Decidueye because I like Decidueye the most, but if they'd put Primarina, I would have been happy. Incineroar admittedly has a lot of personality, and it's like the goat of competitive, so it like makes sense. All right, I need a special defense minus attack mint, which is calm, which I've already got. Cool. And then I need Zinks I've got enough of, and HP ups I need 25 of. Choice Scarf is the only choice item in. Really? That's interesting. I would have expected them to go with Band first because that was the first choice item introduced. All right, 25. Oh no, 25 HP. Because when I used the last of the HP ups, it moved my cursor onto protein. I like looked at it and I was like, wait, did I just use 25 proteins on this thing? And I was like, are you kidding? I was like, I have to go reset that. But no, it's okay. It was HP up. And then special defense. Gonna give it 25 of those. 2 health. 2 more special defense. And then the rest is into speed. Rest of our stats go into speed, which... There we go. And then we gotta do candies. I don't need to have it that high level. Rotom Wash Levitate pairs super well with Mega Glamora. I forget, what does Mega Glamora do? It has adaptability, right? Is Glamora actually doing things, or is it a joke? Oh, really? We're using Thunderbolt instead of Discharge. Gotcha. And it is naughty nature still. I need to fix that. And it was going to become calm, right? Special defense minus attack. Cool, cool. Oh, really? It has to... What level does it get those? Choice Scarf trick could be funny. I'm always hesitant on tricking choice items because I have this fear of the enemy like reading my trick and switching out, and they switch it to like something that benefits, and then I'm like, well, I screwed myself. Trick is a move that requires more prediction than I have the ability to use. Gilmore is like a B tier Mega. That's what I thought. In fact, I thought it would be lower than that, but... Really, it doesn't get any of these moves by level up. Okay. Alright, do I have the Rotom catalog already, or do I have to go get that? I have the Rotom phone. There's the Rotom catalog. Become washing machine. There we go. The world's tiniest washing machine. He can wash one shirt. Where's my PowerPoint up? There we go. So now I need to get TMs for Will-O-Wisp and Thunderbolt, and I already have a Protect TM. Can I buy those at the Academy? Eats Megazard Y. Problem is that it's Garchomp food. Makes sense. Yeah, I hear Zard Y is all over the place. Which is just like the worst thing you could say to me as a Charizard hater. I think they need to nerf Charizard. Hi Joe, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. PowerPoint up doesn't matter for champions. Oh, does it not have a... Does it just like reset PowerPoints to base values, or does it not have it? How do PowerPoints work in that game? I still do it for like other games though. Okay, I can buy a Will-O-Wisp TM. Oh, I already had 4. Never mind. Oops. Good job, Brandy. And I have Thunderbolt already. Cool. Everything is maxed by default. Okay, cool. I mean, I have heard of competitive sets running less than the max number of something to like surprise an opponent. Like there was one where they ran like instead of like 8 sucker punches, they ran like 7 so that the opponent tried to PowerPoint stall them with Protect on, or they tried to stall them out of the sucker punches, and the sucker punch ended 1 turn early and they killed him with Struggle or something. I've heard of like weird situations like that, which is why I am an advocate of being able to freely customize things like this instead of just setting it to max by default. Same thing with like IVs. I think IVs are good and should not be taken out because, you know, it lets you do weird things like Trick Room sets where you run a wonky IV to underspeed one specific Pokemon but outspeed everything else with Trick Room. Things like that. So I think removing things like that is just like net negative for the competitive scene, but I'm not a ranked competitive player, so who cares what I say, right? Immediately joins to Charizard Slatter. You did indeed, sorry. I'm always slandering Charizard. My apologies. All right, we got that. Let's get T-Bolt. And what was the last move we were getting? Oh, Protect, right. Don't apologize, live my truth. Thank you. All right, there we go. We've got Plasmic. Yeah. Oh yeah, you since you just popped in, we were shiny hunting Rotom, and we got it. And this is our shiny Rotom. His name is Plasmic, and it lives in a washing machine. It is condemned to wash 1 shirt, but only 1 because it's very tiny. Oh, I can't send it out here. Here he is. He's so small, he can wash one shirt. But he's very cute. What's the item on this set? It is citrus berry. Oh, he's sleepy. No. He's asleep, but also he's dancing. I'm gonna change my expression. There we go. I wish he would stare at the camera, but he's not. Ooh, do we have like an electric-y one? No. No electric-y frame. That's okay. Oh, Rotom fell asleep again. I was hoping turning off the music would make him like stare at the camera. There we go. There we go. Good Rotom picture. Perfect stream to draw Pokesonas too. Ooh, nice. He does not stay still. Yeah, he's just he's an excited little guy. But yeah, so this was the Rotom we were looking for. It took us, I want to say like 2 hours-ish to get him. And then we also got a few other shiny Rotoms on the way, though. We got this one, which doesn't have a mark. This one that doesn't have a mark. So we got two that don't have marks. And then this one we got right after we caught this, the one we're actually keeping. Or, well, is going to be our main one. I found this one right afterwards, and it has the sleepy time mark. And is sassy, so that's fun. So there are our fun little Rotoms. Hello, Bandicoot. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. What's up? So there we go. There's our shiny Rotom. I was thinking, since we got that without taking the whole stream, I was thinking that now we would shiny hunt in Legend ZA. What do you guys think? Stuck? What are you stuck with? Yeah, do we want to do some Legend ZA donut hunts? I kind of want to do some donut hunts. It'll be part one of the silly special scan video I wanted to do. Only have Scarlet and Champions? Ah. Gonna get the other team members. I'm bad. I don't like building dedicated teams. I like to build individual Pokemon, then just slot them into teams. So instead of like setting out to build a team directly, I usually like to just collect Pokemon and then like adjust their builds to fit a team once I know what kind of team I want to make. And then like after that, I'll like, if I want to change something, I'll just go hunt a new team member. I don't have that that like super competitive mindset, I guess, of just like building a team from the start. So yeah, let's swap to ZA then. And we'll go for a little bit more. So we'll change this. Pokemon Legends ZA. There we go. And we will swap games. Be right back. Thank you for letting me know. I I thought I had turned the audio back on. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, Ivor's just chilling here. I didn't know he was just chilling in the overworld. That's weird. So yeah, I think we will start by going for some special scan Pokemon. Because I want to make a video where I shiny hunt like all the special scan Pokemon. In ZA. I thought that would be kind of fun. You regret letting me know? No, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. It might have been funny, but I would have been upset later when I went to use the footage for something. So hold on, let me make a note of this. Oh, Dawn is approaching. That's awesome. I like Dawn. She's got a cool design. She was funny in the anime. So this is Rotom Hunt Short. Rotom Hunt is part 1 of ZA special scans. And yeah, I thought it would just be kind of cool to every so often pull up the special scans and do some shiny special scans in ZA. And eventually when I've got them all, I would make a video of some kind out of it. It would be like, I shiny hunted all the special scan Pokemon. It'll have me eating a donut with Corbeau or something on the thumbnail. Was this an excuse for me to eventually draw that thumbnail? Yes, absolutely. Most of my video ideas come about as me having the idea for a thumbnail and then me trying to figure out a video I can make around that thumbnail idea. So that was how the Spelunky video started, which I still want to do, but like I'm just overwhelmed by the idea of doing the eggplant run at this point. But the idea started as, I could make a funny thumbnail out of this. How do I make a video to fit it? Let me see. There you go. So yeah, I don't have any special scans up currently, so let's head to the Rust Syndicate. I'll probably make a unique playlist on the, I'll make an individual playlist on my archive channel for all of the special scan hunts, just to make it easier for me to find the footage later. You want me to run a special scan so we can locate a rare distortion? Let's get scanning. I thought that said let's get scamming, which might be the more accurate term. All right. Well, it scanned, but it doesn't tell me what it found. Where's the rare distortion, dude? Is it this one? Ooh, okay. Detected via special scan. So our first one is Gimmighoul, which is the one that I think I wanted the most, actually. So we're going for shiny Gimmighoul. Let's go. That is an awesome first one to get. So I can immediately transfer that to and build it up and use it in Champions if I want. I think. Is Goldengo in Champions yet? I might be making up something. I might be making up misinformation. I might be lying. Goldengo might not be in the game. I might have imagined that. Did I hallucinate it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I did hallucinate it. It's okay. One day I'll be able to use this Goldengo in Champions. It'll be funny. So future Brandy, cut out the misinformation when I edit the video. How do I want to teleport there? Check out that special distortion. We look forward to seeing what you learn there. Thanks, Felipe. Someone said that, I can't remember who it was, but someone said it was probably actually pronounced Philip, which makes a lot more sense because he's like a steel guy. He's like a steel specialist. And so he'd be like a Phillips screwdriver. But Felipe sounds funnier, so I'm going with that. See, this is the problem, right? I changed between Scarlet and ZA, and now I'm not adjusted to the controls. Even though I was playing ZA literally last night. Literally last night, I grinded 15 wins in the ZA Royale to get a second Floette on my alternate playthrough. And now I'm like completely backwards on the controls. How do I get there? They did nerf Make It Rain. It's now 95% accurate. I think the funniest thing was them putting Pokemon in the trailer that aren't even in the game at launch. Game Freak moment for sure. I almost feel like they deserve to get sued for false advertisement for that. I don't know how you would make a good case for that, though, is the problem. Oh. Yay, thanks for changing the day on me. And actually, I should go do a hard save, right? Should I go do a hard save? Yeah, I transferred out my shiny Malamar, unfortunately. So my friend Malamar is not here at the moment. I know he's not in Champions, but I went ahead and transferred him out early so I wouldn't forget him. Oh, wait, no, I do have him. Oh, right. Never mind. I'm lying. I'm making up things. My shiny Malamar is here. I transferred out my shiny Malamar from Scarlet because I got in the lead up. It was after the Mega Malamar trailer dropped, but before ZA came out, I was doing some like grinding in Scarlet, and I found 3 Inkay just randomly. I was not hunting them. I was looking for other things, and I just kept finding shiny Inkay. It was meant to be. Shiny Malamar, my goat. I don't need 2 Malamars, though, on the team. There we go. Alright, let's... This is such an awkward location for it. There's no Pokemon Center nearby. Let's go throw down a hard, or like a backup save, and then head in. Hate that Lumio's Tower just looks like that permanently now. It is definitely a choice. Someone had a cool idea of being able to use your wish at the end, having the option to ask for them to fix Lumio's Tower or leave it as is. And I think that would have been kind of cool because it looks kind of nifty being all destroyed and stuff, but at the same time, Lumio's Tower was so iconic that just destroying it like that kind of sucks. But I get it. It's supposed to be like it was a relic of the past and they're leaving it behind to pursue a new future and it's thematic and everything, but at the same time it looked cool. It looked cool. Are they going to leave it like that forever now? Like, what's the plan? Okay, so I just need to go around here. Okay, and around this. All right. On the right track. What a roundabout way of getting here. Oh my god. I absolutely hate the fact that all the buttons are different between games. It's throwing me off so much. All right, let's go in and get our Gimmighoul. This needs to get out of the way, first of all. I made all these donuts ahead of time for the hunt. So I just need to figure out which of these donuts went to which Pokemon. Gimmighoul was Ghost 3 and Alpha Power. So it should be Sparkling Ghost plus Alpha. Sparkling Ghost plus Alpha. Was it Alpha 2 or Alpha 3? Let me double check. Okay, it was that one. Just wanted to make sure. All right, so we've got a Sparkling Power Ghost level 3 and an Alpha Power level 2. So it shouldn't be that hard to find some shiny Gimmighoul in here. Have zero faith that it's going to get an ability that's not garbage. Yeah. Mega Malamar is absolutely doomed with the stat spread they gave it. And it kind of sucks that they didn't include it in the first wave, so I don't even get the disappointment out of the way right away. I have false hope that it'll be good, even though I know it won't be. Get it, Saunders. Good job. Good job, Saunders. Oh! Instantly! What? What? What do I do in that case? It just despawned instantly. Do I just reset? I was so excited that it spawned. I didn't even think about it running away right away. It's okay. I can do flyaways if I need to respawn it, but technically that's a fail right off the bat, right? Let me get onto Luxury Ball. Oh, I've only got 12 Luxury Balls. Trick Room on entrance. That's what I'm hoping for, and I know a lot of other people are hoping for it as well. I don't think they'll be cool enough after what they did to the other Pokemon. No! Okay. This is gonna be a little tricky. A lot of resetting for this Gimmighoul right off the bat, but the fact that we did find it right off the bat is very cool. I might as well... Oh, and it can't see me, so... Really? Yeah, I might as well just do it right off the bat before I break those Pokeballs, since it's right on spawn. There we go. And that was worth 12,000 points as well. Let's drop a save. We'll keep looking, because if we can get 2, then we have... If we get at least 2, then we have 1 for keeping as a Gimmighoul and 1 for getting as Gimmighoul. But Naive nature. Nice. And it'd be even cooler if we got a alpha one, right? So it took a few tries to actually catch it, but getting the like instantly by spawn Gimmighoul is really cool. What a great start to this special scan adventure. Have something to do with mind control. Yeah, that was an idea I had for Mega Malamar, was while it's got like an ally on field, like it has like reverse follow me or something. But that might be too powerful. Forcing it to redirect to your ally Pokemon might be too good with like a wall or something. There's a alpha. Hi Carlo Ghost, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. What's up? Maybe at end of turn it auto confuses. That could be kind of cool. Very gimmicky and cheesy, but it's like I know people don't really like confusion strats, but it'd be funny. It'd be interesting. Better than Mold Breaker, right? I mean, like, Mold Breaker isn't even a bad ability. It's just like, what is it doing on Emboar, right? What is Emboar doing with Mold Breaker? Who cares? It ignores Flash Fire? Oh no. How terrifying. Doing all right. Have to study for your math test on Monday. Ah, best of luck. Rally luck, rally luck. If they give it my idea, Mega Skarmory stocks go up. True. This is how we make Mega Skarmory relevant. We buff Mega Malamar. Oh, and we get 6k for catching alpha Pokemon. I can do that. Alright, get him, Malamar. There we go. Cool. Any fun shinies today? Well, we got the bonus ball to appear. We literally just right before you came in, we caught this. It doesn't look shiny, but it is. We caught a shiny Gimmighoul. And also we found 4 shiny Rotom earlier on Pokemon Scarlet. Funny enough, Rotom is also one of the special scan Pokemon, so I have to catch another Rotom here for the all shiny special scan Pokemon, but maybe I'll include the Scarlet hunt clip as part of that, because I did hunt the Rotom in Scarlet so that I could get one with a mark instead, but wow, so noticeable. Yeah, unfortunately, Shiny Gimmighoul is one of the more disappointing shinies. And it's very funny because they kept it like locked to special events. And it's like, of all the Pokemon they could have shiny locked, why did they choose Gimmighoul, which has like a barely noticeable shiny? Also, this is Gimmighoul Coin Heaven, which doesn't matter actually, because if I come over here, I already have 999 of them, so I got them in anticipation of this hunt, so yeah, getting these Gimmighoul coins doesn't actually do anything for me. I should look for the gold ball though, get my berries back. Very disappointing you like the line. I did not like Gimmighoul at first. It took me a little bit to warm up to it. And honestly, I think what finally got me to warm up to it was at the end of my Scarlet playthrough, like the last Pokemon I needed for the shiny charm was Goldengo. So we finally evolved it, and I named it Big Dairy. And I made up the backstory for it that he runs a string cheese manufacturing plant, and he's the CEO, and he has all this money from selling string cheese. And that really dumb backstory made me like Goldengo a lot more. Is that the dumbest reason to like a Pokemon? Yeah, probably, but... Oh my god, stop. I'd like to get another Gimmighoul, but if I don't, it's not a huge deal. I want the extra Pokeball more, honestly. Hi, Brisk. Welcome in. Welcome back. Oh, there's a ball there, but it's like in a weird position. I don't know how to go about getting it. Ow. Yeah, Brisk, we got the Rotoms while you were gone, and we also just caught a shiny in here. There it is. Okay, cool. Painting is pain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Brisk. Hang in there. All right, let's start doing flyaways and try and spawn a second Gimmighoul. I don't know where to go about spawning those. We might not be able to get a second one here then, actually. They're just not respawning. But at least we got the one shiny guaranteed Gimmighoul right at the start. It was literally like the first one we saw when we walked in, which was really funny. Sounds like a pain. True, true. Yeah, we're not gonna have time to not gonna have time to get a second Gimmighoul. That's okay. We can try and get one later. It appears Hoopa has run out of donut energy. Rip Hoopster. You fell? Oh no, I'm sorry. I told you to be careful. I told you to be careful. Why didn't you listen to me, Brisk? Why didn't you listen? I'm so sorry. I hope you didn't hurt yourself. Are you okay? Hit him with the Terry Bogard, yes. Yes, hopefully you're still okay. Well, this isn't part of the special scan, but I do need more points to get the next special scan, and I wanted to get a Tinkaton. So we've got a Tinkaton out distortion right here, so I guess we'll go for Tinkaton next. You'll live. Yeah, be careful, Brisk. Yeah, I guess when we're going for in between our big distortions for the video, we'll go for smaller distortions like this. And just grab other cool Pokemon. Where is it? Where is it? It says it should be right here. Oh, I know where it is. It's in a weird location. Okay. The 1-2. Are you okay? Bust a wolf! Exactly. Terry was my most disappointed of the first wave, where, like, when they announced the first wave of characters, Terry was my most disappointed initial reveal, but he's my second favorite of the group to play. He ended up being, like, super fun to play. Terry's goated. And I think that's a really good lesson for Smash fans, right? Like, even if you're initially disappointed, you never know. You should still give him a try because you might end up really liking the character. Terry's, like, super fun to play. Of course, obviously, my number one from the first wave of DLC was Byleth, but Terry was number 2. And then I didn't get the second wave of DLC, even though there are some characters in there I really like. It's just one of those things I haven't gotten around to. All right, so we're looking for a Shalfa Tinkaton, and actually I should go drop a hard save again. Same for Kazuha. I am angry at Kazuha on principle because I really wanted Lloyd to be our next Bandai Namco rep. Lloyd from Tales of Symphonia. And I haven't had a chance to change my mind on Kazuha because I didn't get Wave 2. So maybe my opinion would change after playing him, but currently I'm upset with him. I also was in a Smash tournament that was randoms, and it was everyone picked random characters, and I ended up fighting the person who went on to win the whole thing, if I recall correctly. And he randomly got Kazuha, and I'd never even played against the character before, so I just got bodied. I was like very confused. I was like, things are happening. Hi, Spinnerack. And you got a lurk as well. Understandable. Thanks for lurking, Carla Ghost. I appreciate it. And it was good to see you again. Also, I have gotten lost. I went the wrong way. I literally just went this way, and now I've gotten lost. How did I manage this? Oh. Random shiny Bunnelby. I guess me getting lost was meant to be, right? Yippee! Belated Easter present. It was a belated Easter shiny, right? Been trying to put on a flat screen. Ooh, like a TV? You're trying to wall mount it? We got a TV. We're gonna wait until we paint to put it up, but my mom got a new TV, and she wants to wall mount it, and it sounds very scary. I refuse to touch it because I'm not gonna be responsible for breaking it. It wasn't as expensive as I thought it would be. When I got my TV, and this is about 12 years ago or something, my TV, I think I spent like $400 on it, right? It was pretty pricey at the time. The one we got is like way bigger, and it was like $200. The cost of goods do be changing rapidly. All right, here we go. We're gonna go for Alpha Tinkaton. Alpha Lyran would also be really cool to get here. All right, so I've got a Steel Donut. Oh no, it's... Oh no, okay. I can't go for Lyran, actually. I was going to get... I have the donut for Tinkaton is a fairy donut, and I wanted to dual hunt it with Mawile. Okay. So I need a fairy distortion with... I need a fairy distortion with... with Mawile and Tinkaton in it. I've been trying to wall mount it. It's a huge one that you've had for a while. 5 flat screens is one too many TVs. Ah. Yeah, I've got one for my room. I don't even know where I want to put this thing, to be honest. I've thought about getting rid of it, because I don't use my TV that often. I have the last few weeks while I've been sick. so that I could play games without getting out of bed and hooking it up to my TV or hooking it up to my computer. But usually I don't use my TV that often. I'm not a big TV guy. And I just don't know where I even want to put it, to be honest. All right, so we're looking for a fairy distortion. Dragon distortion. There's another steel distortion. I'd also like to get a... I think it'd be cool to get a shiny alpha Bellsprout for Victory Bell. It's not like something I'm actively hunting, but that's why I keep sleeping at this bench over here. Don't ask why you have that many. I just assumed that everyone in your family had one. Well, look at that big Venipede. Big Venipede. Corbeau would be proud of big Venipede. That's a Psychic Distortion with Musharna. Steel... Oh no, that's a Flying Distortion, okay. Looking for Fairy. There's a Fairy Distortion, but it's not the right ones. There's a Fairy Distortion with Mawile, but it doesn't have Tinkaton as far as I can tell, so I don't want to use it. Yeah, it's been a while since we streamed ZA, so it's kind of fun to pop back in here. Taking a break, wearing paint. Oh, we didn't even look at the Bunnelby, huh? Here, let me rest. I think it's very funny that it won't let you fly away when you're attacked by a Pokemon, but you can rest at a bench. The Pokemon just sees you're on the bench and they're like, oh man, can't get him. It's like when you're a kid and it's like, oh, this is home base and you can't touch me in a home base. Oh. Something sparkled around here. I'll check in a minute. Let me pull this up. So yeah, here's the shiny Bunnelby we just got. And here's the shiny Gimmighoul that we got as well. I'm gonna grab these guys and move them here. And I'm going to actually... all these guys, I'm gonna transfer them to the box next to it. So all our shinies are in one place, basically. What shiny did we find? I heard the shiny. I don't know where it spawned. Oh my god, look at that big Ampharos. Oh my god. Look at that guy. He's massive. There's the shiny. Okay. It was a Flaffy. Imagine if it had been the big Ampharos, though. That would have been crazy. There we go. Shiny Flaffy acquired. This is making up for... in our original playthrough, we barely found any shinies, right? It was a little disappointing. I kind of wish you could trade donuts, because I would make a second file and I would trade all these donuts to my second file so that I could have them under the original trainer of Ray, but maybe I'll re-hunt these in the future, right? At least a few of the ones that I would actually use realistically, like Mawile, Tinkaton, and Goldango. Alright, now we can check these. Anything around here. There's a steel one with Tinkatink. That one's got Mimikyu. My friend Malamar. Oh, and there's Dratini. But yeah, none of these help us. But yeah, so I might shiny hunt these guys again on a separate file and have them under my trainer name for Ray, but for now, since I wasn't expecting to finish this early, we'll get them here, I guess. All right, bugs, psychic. That's a fun one. Ice, ground, fighting, water, steel. Come on, give me a good fairy distortion. Okay, nothing. We got two alpha Bellsprouts here. Been a minute since we saw the blue tips on my character's hair. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-ba-da. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Brisk. Thank you, thank you. There's a grass one. I could try to do a grass distortion. Yeah, if I don't find the fairy distortion, I might do that grass one. Yeah. All right, let's go make a grass donut real quick. Hotel Z, I missed it. I missed Hotel Z. Oh, a rainbow donut. Okay. It has bad stats, but sure. Let's go use our rainbow donut for that grass distortion, I guess. Dude, I don't know why. I'm having a hard time adjusting to the controls again for this game. Making a frappe. That sounds good. I wish I had a frappe. Funny enough, I don't know if there's anything nearby where I could get a frappe if I wanted one. Ba-da-da-da-da. Oh. Something in here, right? Was it a Magikarp? Alright, something in here is shiny. Our second random shiny of the video. What in here was shiny? Oh, maybe it was something over there. I assumed it was this, but maybe it wasn't. Where do we think that shiny is? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, it might be on the roof. Where's our rooftop access here? All right, gotta go around this way, it looks like. Oh, I went way off of where I thought I was going. I'm all kinds of lost here. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I missed the ZA music. The ZA music is super good. Thought maybe the shiny was over here. Oh, and fall. The Hotel Z music is so calming. I'm just confused. I heard that shiny sound effect. And it was over here. So it should be this way. All right. Oh, there you are. Okay, it's just a fletchling. Which is not super exciting, but... There we go, got it. I wish it had been that Shuppet, that would have been cool. I like Shuppet. And we were going to use the Rainbow Donut for this. Which is massively overkill for this this level 3 distortion, but who cares? Oh, things are happening immediately. Catch Pokemon undetected, use the catch window and destroy floating Pokeballs. Alright, kill him, Hoster. Alright, that didn't count as catching undetected. That also did not count as catching undetected. Yes, indeed. My friend Malamar, the greatest of all time. Alright. 2 more floating Pokeballs and catching some Pokemon undetected. I hate the catch Pokemon undetected. That's always the one that I struggle with the most. Okay, that was one Pokemon undetected. I feel like their coding for when a Pokemon spots you or not is way too shoddy for them to have a whole thing dedicated to catching Pokemon undetected. That wasn't quite what I had in mind, but okay. Dang it. I tried to dodge them, but they found me. All right, there's two. We'll let Hostar go get that. Oh, and there's another Pokeball. There we go. That still isn't enough to complete our task, though. That's annoying. I really thought this would give us enough points to finish the task. Alright, keep an eye open for the gold bonus ball. Dang. Ooh, Capsakid would be fun to catch as a shiny here, too. Also, this is so aesthetic. Look at this rainbow. Malamar, I need you to get out of the way. The rainbow against the white looks so aesthetic. Hyperspace Lumiose is just a really weird vibe that I really enjoy considering the fact that it's technically threatening to like destroy the city. Alright, where's this gold ball at? This thing just doesn't exist, apparently. Alright, let's fast travel back. There's a ball. There's the gold ball. Okay. It was just very obvious. Very obvious, I'm just oblivious. Don't worry about it. I mean, like, I wouldn't mind getting a shiny from this, but I don't know if I want to spend the whole donut's worth of time looking for it. I think we just bounce. Oh, Alpha Trubbish. immediately slaps me in the face. Finally made it for Eevee after 84 years. Oh no. Hang in there. Don't forget to stock up on Pokeballs and stuff too. I'm guessing you're still relatively early, so are they like way outside your level range? Oh. I'm just trying to fast travel, dude. Jeez. You can only buy regular ones. Found ultra and great ones on the way. Okay, that's good. And don't forget, if you find the shiny, you can, if you turn off your autosave, you can save in front of it. And then if you fail, you can reset and try again. So that's why I do recommend turning off autosave. Unless you're the type of person who just forgets to save a lot, but... Here we go. Had to run there all the way and run around the boss spaces because you're too small to go to battle. Fair. Yeah, the I went to the wrong area on my first playthrough and I got stomped by the first star boss I found because it was actually supposed to be the second one, but I did it first and I got absolutely trounced and I was very upset. It was one of the saltier moments of Brandy on stream. I said some not so nice things to the character, which in hindsight I apologize for, but at the time Brandy was very frustrated. We could do this one for Trubbish. Or for Venusaur more than Trubbish, but Trubbish is there too. I'm excited for Sushi Hunt. Sushi Day this year is gonna go crazy. I'm excited for it. I hope you guys are too. Even though it's not anything fancy or anything, it's just a silly sushi hunt, but if I don't find anything, I might do that fairy one. Could also do this ground one for Golett. Not big on sushi. I like sushi, it's pretty good. Uncle Drampa. Mischief. This one's Steel. Yeah, no luck on getting that fairy one that I need, but... yeah, I guess we'll fly up and do this fairy one, I guess. Glad you had the grass starter because you kept dying on the level 28 Pokemon. Oh no. So you went with Sprigatito. Sprigatito was also my choice. With that said, for final evolutions, I like the fire starter more for final evolutions, but for base evolutions, I like Sprigatito more. And the duck can just go quack itself. I don't even remember what donut I made. We'll do this Humongo Lum donut, I guess. I'm not particularly looking for anything here. I just need to get more points for the special scan. Ow. Next time we do one of these donut things... oh, I don't have donuts, but I do have a... I have Danishes. Is a Danish like a donut? I was gonna say, next time I do these one of these donut hunts, I'll get a donut to eat. Want to edit, but you still have to finish because you know you'll fall down while editing down the editing rabbit hole. Ah. Understandable. Plop. Get caught, nerd. There we go. I can technically just leave now. And I probably will. Because this 3-star one isn't going to give us great berries to use for other stuff. I'll still run through here, but... You have a clip of me that you want to edit because it's funny. What was the clip? Or do you want to keep it a secret? Alright, yeah, nothing too exciting in this distortion, so I'm gonna bounce. Keep it a secret for now. Understandable. I'm glad you found something that you wanted to edit, though. Alright, let's do another special scan. Your hard work is much appreciated. Now that you've earned enough points, we are ready to conduct a special scan. If you don't mind, come along to the boss's office. We can go over the details there. In my office. Rust Syndicate is down here. Yeah, shiny hunting Eevee is going to be a tricky proposition. I think if you linked with someone else, they could help you make a sparkling sandwich, though. And that would help you a bit. Wait, hold on. I need to drop a hard save, I think. And then I need to go boop, boop, boop. Oh, you want to dress up for Booster? Thank you, Brisk. Let me see. I don't remember what the booster trigger was. I'm just gonna do it manually. Do you want the booster hoodie or the booster plushie or both? Booster! The booster hoodie? Okay. Well, I will pair it with a plushie to go with it. Ba 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 da 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 da. Here, since we've got a shiny Eevee hunt for Daedra, we'll add the shiny Eevee plush for luck. L-O-V-E, we love Eevee. Soft and fluffy, sweet and warm. We love you, Eevee. There we go. All right, let's take the rest of these and trash them. Thank you, Brisk. So yeah, we've already found 4 shinies, which is pretty good. Drop a hard save. Need luck. Yes, rally luck, rally luck. And yeah, if you end up getting demoralized on the hunt, which is very easy to do on your like first few hunts when you're not really used to it, bear in mind you can definitely just put a pin in it and come back later and try in the post game when you have items that help you get shinies easier. All right, let's draw up our second special scan. What are we gonna find? Hopefully something cool. Unknown level, huh? Detected via special scan. All right, what's in this one? I think that means it's going to be a legendary. I'll drop another save. Finally, just go and get a few EV and not worry if it's too hard. Understandable, yeah. Because I know a lot of people on their first few hunts, they get demoralized when it doesn't show up really fast, because you see a lot of like clips online of people getting it like right away, and so they understandably get a little, they expect to get it super fast and get super lucky, and then they don't, and they start to feel bad. It gets a lot easier when you've been doing it so long and you're like, okay, yeah, I expect to not get this anytime soon. So I don't know what is going to be in here. Let me see. Oh, I'm gonna write down. Since I don't know what is in here, I guess we'll go in with the Dragon Donut and hope it's Latios or Latios. Oh, I got followed by Goku. Thank you, Goku. The Goku. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm picking up on Terrakion near you. Okay. So that is disappointing. I guess I'll say it here for the video. I already have a shiny Terrakion. I got it in Pokemon Pokemon Shield. I shiny hunted the static Terrakion in the overworld, and I actually got it with the uncommon mark, which is really cool. So I'm not going to shiny hunt Terrakion in this video. This is like the only one of the special scan Pokemon that I'm going to skip because I technically already have it. So we won't do Terrakion. Oh yeah, and it doesn't even give me any points on doing this either. So yeah, just to not waste time, I'm just not going to do Terrakion. But all the other special scan Pokemon we'll try and get, including the other shiny legendaries. Just Terrakion is Terrakion's the exception. Okay, and I do have to do a hard reset. I have to remember what the button combination for the reset is. It's been a while since I did this. Was it just like... Yeah, there we go. Up XP. So I'll get my donut back, and that'll be that. And since that isn't actually worth points, I'm just going to ignore it. Let's go do this. No, it's a tough Pokemon to find, but one of your future hunts is to find a Feebas. I actually have a Feebas story. When I did the thing last night of the different Pokemon, I almost put Feebas for my Pokemon that I have a story about. This one is Catching Power Steel. I can use this, I guess. Feebas was one of the earliest shiny hunts I did, and it was my first time trying to do Masada method. And because it was one of my early hunts, like I said, it's very easy to get demoralized when you're first starting out shiny hunting. And I got very demoralized with it because I spent an entire summer hunting this thing. And eventually I was just sick of it. And I was like, I want to say like 4,000 encounters in or something. So a decent number of checks. But I'd spent like the whole summer doing this. And I just kind of gave up. And I happened to be browsing on like Smogon. And I found a thing that taught how to do RNG manipulation in Pokemon Diamond. And so I actually learned how to RNG manipulate in that game for Feebas. And I got my shiny Feebas through RNG manipulation. It was really cool. Technically, an RNG manipulated shiny is totally legal. But looking back in hindsight, I regret giving up on the hunt, which is why eventually I want to shiny hunt Feebas like totally legit without RNG manip and everything. But it was just it's just like an interesting way of seeing how far I've grown. That as a kid, I did that hunt and I got super fed up with it. And to be fair, I did a lot of work on it. But I got fed up, I got tired of it. And now years later, I'm doing like shiny hunts that I'm like totally fine with things like that. Come on, Booster. Burn him down. Time to try for a massive outbreak with your Lucario. Rally luck, rally luck. Hope you get it. Changing time with the clock because you're lazy and shortcuts are fine for one shiny Eevee. Yeah, I hope you get a outbreak really quick. Have you looked up how to do outbreak hunts? I would definitely recommend like doing a tutorial on it. I'm not knowledgeable enough about them to explain it, to be honest, because I've only gotten like 2 Pokemon from mass outbreaks. So I can't like really explain it off the top of my head, but it'll definitely help if you can get one. Ooh, poison. Alright. Booster, I need you to get the thorns. Hang in there, Booster. Good job. Oh, Zunny was just in time. Let's restore. Let's use a full restore for Hostar. Google says to just reset time to 11:59 and see who the mass outbreaks is and get 30 of them. Well, yeah, that's how you get the mass outbreaks. But have you looked up how do you actually shiny hunt with mass outbreaks? because there are ways to do mass outbreaks that like maximize your chances of getting shinies, and makes it like actually pretty easy, if I recall correctly. I usually don't do it just because resetting for mass outbreaks is too much of a pain for me. But I did it for like Oshawott, and it helped a lot with Oshawott. For rare Pokemon like Eevee or Oshawott, I definitely recommend it. Mass Outbreak is, yeah, I think it's the big silhouette. I think it'll have like a question mark or something as well. It's a lot easier to tell if you catch one Eevee, it should be registered in your Pokedex, and then you'll be able to tell when it's an Eevee outbreak. Come on, Gardevoir. Get it. Uh-oh. Not all the thorns got taken out. Oh, uh-oh. Run, run. There's a lot of damage. Alright. Let's restore... We should have this. Alright, Mega. There we go, jeez. That Venusaur put in a lot of pressure. Jeez. Whew. That was iffy. That was only worth 10k, which is a little unfortunate, but... Do we have any other interesting ones on the map that I could do? That one's got Dragalga. Water, bug, ground. I wouldn't do the ground one. Let's go make a few more donuts at Hotel Z. And I'll do the ground one. I'll probably go like another hour. That'll put us right around the 5-hour mark, so. Alright, let's make a donuts. I want to make like a lower tier donut though. I don't want to make like fancy donuts. I only have 2 Qualot berries, really? Yeah, just make a bunch of Lum donuts. I don't even care. Bum bum ba da bum. Yeah, just make me some filler donuts. And then... There you go. Still a bit sore. Understandable. Hang in there, Brisk. Said you're almost done, right? Just gotta believe in yourself. You got this. I believe in you. Yeah, there's the Terrakion that I don't want to go get. Alright, yeah, let's go here. Fastest fly point. Probably Quasartico. Alright, this is just a junker one, so let's drop a 3-star. Yeah, let's use our 3-star imposing Lum Meringue Donut. Sounds delicious. We just need some stuff. I'm trying to target these guys, dude. Ow, don't shoot mud at my face. All right. Diggersby's cry is really gross. Just always kind of grossed me out a little. My friend Malamar, you must come here. Oh, he is very confused. All right, bonus ball appeared. It's up there. Here's the Golets. And again, like, I could sit here and grind out these things to try and get an extra shiny from them, but I don't care that much. So we'll just bounce. We got all our items from it, got our points. We'll bounce. I'll go ahead and change the date to get a new Mega Pokemon, and then we'll do that. Okay. I was like, normally there's a bench outside the Pokemon Center. I was like, where's my bench? Who took my bench? Da-da. All right. Yeah, there we go. Mega Halucha, interesting. Can also check our other options real quick, see if we got that fairy donut that I wanted to use. Nothing for fairy, okay. The blue Pokemon Center is blue. Oh man, this hyperspace scan is going to put us 500 points below what we need for the next big donut. Or the next big scan. Very annoying. I should go around and do more of these side quests just to clear them off the map, you know? I'm just lazy, I don't want to do it. I like a lot of the side quests, but too many of them are just weird character says weird thing, and then you fight them, and it's really uninteresting. I like to blow my Pokemon up. Do you want to learn the ultimate exploding technique? And then you fight her and she explodes her Pokemon 3 times. It's like, wow, that was a cool waste of 2 minutes of my life, dude. Funny enough, that's one of the better ones, but a lot of them are not that exciting. Ow. Was a little slow to move there. Ow. Alright, get him, Guardy. There we go. Yeah, Hawlucha's doing a lot less damage than Venusaur was. I also just naturally have a better matchup against it. And then tonight what I should do tonight is tonight I should prep the thing for tomorrow's shiny hunt on the GameCube again, or on the Wii rather. The XD shiny hunt. Ow. Rude. I'm only half paying attention to this guy. He's not doing that much. Because I love Gardevoir, Hawlucha's just one of the easier megas inherently, I guess. I can make it even easier by teaching Thunderbolt. Guardy runs gracefully. She's trying in that dress. She's doing better running with that dress than I would, to be fair. There we go. Easy. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I don't think I could run in heels. Maybe I could run in the dress. I don't know about heels. Funny enough, I had an idea for a piece of art that was similar to that. I never got around to it. Alright, I still need 500 more points for a special scan, so let's go do... Where are you? Could do that one. Yeah, let's go do this one. And it's right next to Quasartico, so it's easy to reach. Hopefully. Watch it be on top of the roof or something, and I'm like, I have to go all over to reach it. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, it is on the roof, isn't it? All right. All right, we'll just do a Humongo Lum Meringue Donut. Sure. Look at all the Dratinies. I only need 500 points, so I can just get that from sparkling items. No need to disturb the Dratinis. I'll also probably destroy the floating Pokeballs, though. In fact, yeah, I might do that instead. That's more valuable use of my donut than the other things. If I find a floating Pokeball, I'm not even seeing any. There's one. Get him, Zunny. Good job. Wait. Oh no, that was my that was Malamar. I freaked out. I was like, yo, did we find a shiny Dratini? No, it was just Malamar's sound effect. I do like that the sound effect for your shiny versus wild shinies is different. Gonna pet the booster brandy. Aw. Did it work? Here. It didn't look like it worked, but maybe it did and I didn't notice. There we go. Booster brandy. Thank you, Brisk. Booster brandy who receives pets for his sins. More Dratinies. Ah! Oh, that's a rip. But he's cute, is he? And then a bunch of Gibble up here. Cool. Could I keep the smile like this? Or like this? Which one was it? Was it an open mouth smile or just a regular smile? Open mouth. All right, let's get a special scan going. I probably should go, I should have put a hard save down, but I'm too lazy. Let's get scanning. All right, new special scan. And where is it? Oh, the special scan gave us all the EVs. Okay. Well, that's not quite what I wanted, to be honest. A little disappointing, but we'll do it. I mean, like, we love the Eevees, right? L-O-V-E, we love Eevee, but... Please give some Eevee. Yes. We used the Eevee rally luck for Daedra, but it happened to us instead for some reason. Alright, let's make an Eevee donut. Alright, here's our Eevee donut. Bum 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 ba da da da. Sparkling Power Steel with Alpha 1. Never mind, that is not an Eevee donut. Make me another of the same. Humongo Power level 2. Okay, I guess we'll do that. We'll use the Humongo level 2 on the Eevees. And then we'll get the world's biggest fluffy booster, and he'll be so soft. Oh, I forgot to ask, Daedra, which, are you going to keep the Eevee as is, or do you want to evolve it into something? Related, what's your favorite evolution? What's the fastest way to reach this from here? It's to go up and around. I'll just cut through Sector 19. Oh wait, I don't need to cut through here, actually. You love Espeon and Umbreon? Nice! Yeah, they're great. I mean, all the Eevees are really cool, so... But it's just always interesting to hear what people's favorites are. Oh, it's up there. You nerd. Why is it up there? May give up and just use your regular Eevees and play like normal. That's understandable. Like I said, it's very easy the first few to get demoralized, especially when you don't have the resources to make the shiny hunt easier. Oh, here it is. Alright, so I wanted to use... Yeah, all these ones are sparkly. I want to use the Humongo one. Because we're not specifically trying to get a shiny Eevee or anything. Glaceon is goated. Yeah, I like all the Eevees. When I was first getting back into Pokemon, Glaceon was my favorite. I used to think Flareon was like just very whatever. But now I understand the appeal of Lovely Booster. Because he's Booster. He's Booster. List has changed over time. That's fair. Like I said, mine changed too. Oh, speaking of, look, it's the Lovely Boosters. They're so boosterful. Future Brandy, you should put this in the video. Get the boosters in here. They're so cute. Look at them. Oh, they're trying to kill me. The angry boosters. The territorial boos. Glaceon, Flareon, and Espeon. Nice. Oh, there's Glace. There's Leaf. Ooh. I really like Glaceon's cry. It goes, ooh. See, they're making noise in the background. Oh no. Psyshock it, Gardevoir. Jeez. These Eevees be crazy. They're angry. Let's fly back. Yeah, Glaceon's cry is really pretty. I like it. Oh, there's the Sylveons. Alright, I need to catch one of these Sylveon. Alright, hit him. Oh no, Hoster, don't die. Oh, Hoster, you died. Get him. Earthquake. There we go. Alright, the EVs are caught, or the Sylveons are caught, and now we just have to catch wild Pokemon for the rest of the points. Hug the Dragonite. I wish you could hug your Pokemon in this game. That'd be really cute. There are ways to make it look like you're hugging a Pokemon, but I don't know off the top of my head how to do it. This is Eevee's Dream Distortion. Oh, here's more Sylveons. There we go. Alright, so now we just gotta find where the gold ball spawns. You can hug Daisy. Nice. Daisy went on a journey and came back stronger and more huggable. And maybe allergic to peanut butter. Oh, I hate it when it does that. Why would I want that? Hyperspace Distortion won't stay open much longer. I need to find that gold bonus ball. There's the Booster Coalition. I should have just warped back up here, actually. Don't know why I didn't. Because I'm dumb, I guess. There's a big ball over there. But I want the gold ball. There it is. Okay, cool. Alright, Guardy, get that. And then that one. Citrus, get it. Good job. Alright, cool. We are good to leave now. Ooh, Goku, you like Sylveon, Jolteon, and Leafeon. That's a cool combo. Yeah, I would say my top 3 now are probably Flareon, Jolteon, and Sylveon. But it's so hard because they're all great. I love all of them. Oh my god, look at that big old Gorgeist back there and the big... What's his name? What is that guy's name? Bayonet. That's it. The The big old bayonet. I don't know why my brain just blinked for a moment. It was literally a "who's that Pokemon" moment where I was just like, I don't remember this guy. I'm looking right at him. I can't remember his name. Where is Wild Zone 5? There it is. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Just learning that Flareon's Japanese name is Booster. That just for some reason it flipped a switch in my head, and I was like, oh my god, Booster is the most adorable name for that guy ever. And then I saw all the lovely Sanbu artwork on Twitter, and I was like, oh my god, they're so cute together. And it really changed my opinion of those guys. Sanbu, the perfect pair. They'll take care of any obstacles. Oh my god, what if I modded Pokemon Mystery Dungeon to make it so that we play it, but our starters are Flareon and Jolteon? Oh, Mr. Garbage Bro, welcome in, and hope you're having a good day. Samurott, Sceptile, and Typhlosion. those are an interesting set of favorite evolutions. But welcome. I'm guessing those your favorite starters, or or just your top 3 favorites? Yeah, we were talking about Eevee specifically, but that's okay. I like to learn. What other Pokemon people like too. It's always fun to learn. Just your favorites, nice. Yeah, those are some cool ones. I like Sceptile and Samurott especially. Typhlosion's okay, but it's not my favorite fire. But they're all pretty cool. Found a shiny Sableye in hyperspace in ZA. Ooh, nice! Congrats. I need to get shiny Sableye at some point too. That's on my list of Pokemon to hunt, but I think I want to do that shiny hunt in... I think that'd be a really fun one to do in Omega Ruby. Your Eevee is basic one because of Let's Go Easy. No, that's fair. That's understandable. The original, like, Eevee in that game is like super adorable with the animations and everything. So that is totally understandable. And base Eevee is just also super cute. Man, my distortion options here aren't great. I'm not having luck getting that Tinkaton and Mawile distortion that I want. So much movement, it's insane. Rally luck, rally luck. Thank you, Brisk. Yeah, like all the Eevees are super cute. So like even if I were to say like, oh, this one's my least favorite, I still like it more than most Pokemon. Eevee's one of those Pokemon that's definitely like a little overexposed, but it's so cute that I don't mind. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, I wanted to go here. Like, I think my least favorite is probably Leafeon, but I still like Leafeon a lot. It's still very, very adorable. I really do think they should give all the Eevees a ability that's like Pixelate. And then give Sylveon a third ability. That's just something else. I don't know what to give it. What would be another good ability for... What would be a good third ability for Sylveon if the other one's got something like Pixelate for their type? The electric ball Pokemon, Voltorb or Electrode? Alright. Oh, wow. This doesn't give that many points either. Voltorb. Gotcha. Yeah, I know Voltorb isn't a lot of people's favorite. How's it so fast? I would guess it's just like, I mean, like, logically, I think it's supposed to just be like balls roll fast or something like that. From a game design perspective, because Voltorb and Electrode were meant to be Pokemon's answer to a traditional RPG's Mimic, because you walk over, you pick up the Pokeball, and you get an item. But then with Voltorb and Electrode, you walk over, you pick it up, and instead you get ambushed by a Pokemon that outspeeds you really fast and explodes. Because they wanted it to be a threat and explode really fast, they gave it super high speed. I would guess that's like the game design perspective on why it's so fast. I think it's one of those things where it was more the game design rather than the real world logic, I think. Press the wrong button. There we go. Get that out of here. Oh my god, these Weeping Bells are demons. They are, they're trying to kill us. Get out of here. Oh, wait. Oh, I need to catch 6 species of Pokemon, not... Oh, that was crazy. I misread it. I need to catch 6 species of Pokemon, not 6 Pokemon. Here's a ball that can move fast and can explode. Yeah, because, like I said, they were meant to be like Pokemon's version of a Mimic. But did we have 6, 7? Oh, no. They were supposed to be Pokemon's version of a Mimic. And so to make them more threatening, you know, they explode on you. And to be a threat, they have to, like, be able to outspeed your Pokemon. So, like, gameplay-wise, it makes sense. Logically-wise, looking at it as a Pokemon, maybe it does make the most sense that it's that fast, but... Yeah, I always actually had a little bit of a fondness for Voltorb and Electrode, even though they're not like the most wild designs. I actually do like that they're basically Pokemon's version of a Mimic. And then they did it with Fungus and Amoonguss, and I just don't think it was as cool. Especially because neither of them are that threatening. Fungus and Amoonguss are very defensive. So they can, like, annoy you with status, but they don't actually threaten you. So. We can get a Badoo. Bonk. He can outspeed the jet Pokemon, true. Yeah, sometimes Pokemon reaction speeds are a little weird. Another cool one is Glameow, or not Glameow, Purugly. Purugly has like 111 speed, so it's faster than a bunch of things. Very randomly. Alright, I am missing some Pokemon here, though. I don't know if I can get the, catch 6 species. I'm only counting 3, and then there's 4 and 5 over here. Alright, yeah, I'm missing 1 species of Pokemon somewhere. I always hate when it gives you catch blank species of Pokemon and it only spawns 5 of them. Pidgeot suddenly shouldn't have been a physical attacker. Hi, Wiljo. Welcome back. Did I find Shiny Corvisquire? No. I've been avoiding all the Corvisquire distortions. Huh, there really aren't any other ones here. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna fail this distortion on getting all the max points for it. That sucks. Rip. Base Pidgeot have high damage. I have not looked at Pidgeot's stats at all recently. What did we find? We did find some cool stuff. First of all, I'm going to delete some of these that I don't want. I'm releasing the EVs into the wild. They're going to repopulate, don't worry. I'm going to release all those. Goodbye. We got Bunnelby, Fletchling, and Flaffy just wandering around the overworld. And then we got Shiny Gimmighoul right at the start of this. And we haven't had any luck since then, unfortunately, but... Alright, we could do the Rogue Mega. That's Barbaracle, I think. Yeah, let's go do Barbaracle to get more, more stuff. Do I like Weeping Bell? Weeping Bell's alright. I like Victory Bell more than Weeping Bell, but... Weeping Bell is alright. HP... 83... Attack of 80, defense 75, attack 70, defense 70, special defense 70. Okay, oh, I should make a donut for this, actually. I gotta go make a donut for this. Gotta just go make some Garbo donuts. '83, attack 80, defense 75. Okay. Those are Pidgeot stats. Yeah, Pidgeot isn't too frightening, but it is an early game bird, and most of those aren't very good. And then you got Staraptor out of nowhere being the GOAT. Staraptor, Corviknight, and Talonflame before they nerfed Gale Wings. I'm mad. They should revert the Gale Wings nerf. Justice for Talonflame. I like Talonflame. Braviary too. I wouldn't count Braviary as an early route bird though, because Braviary doesn't evolve until like level 50 something. I would say that the early route bird for Unova is Pidove. And Pidove is not very popular, unfortunately. To be fair, on my list of Pokemon, I would not say that Pidove is one that I particularly care about. I like a lot of Pokemon, but Unpheasant is just not doing anything for me. It's a pretty underwhelming Pokemon, I think. Alright, let's try this Kebia Curry Donut. Oh, you mean he's a strong bird. Gotcha. Sad to report, Mega Victory Bell got a bad ability, but it also got a funny ability, to be fair. It definitely should have gotten, like, Corrosion or something, but at least the one they gave it was funny. Yeah, you can get Braviary super early in Black, too. They looked at that and they were like, oh, shoot, we kind of messed up. Why did we make this thing evolve so late? And then instead of just changing the evolution level, they were like, no, make it super hard to get still. And that's funny. They were just like, here's a early one that you can evolve to have Braviary early. Chat, how do we feel about Mega Barbaracle? I think it's kind of cool. Not my favorite Mega, but... he's the god with 10,000 hands, and he's kind of scary, so I like him. Also, because I missed on getting the 6 Pokemon, I'm gonna have to do one more Distortion after this anyway, which is really annoying. You like him? He's anime. Yeah, he would be like an anime villain. Oh god. Oh god. He murdered me. See, he is a villain. He is a villain. He just straight up murdered me. Oh no, he took my donut. I forgot. In the main game, they let you retry, but in this one, they just take them away and then the distortion closes. That is lame. Lame. Now I'm sad, yeah. Sad Brandy. I want to get one more special scan off before we end it tonight. There's a big Bunnelby. All right, let's look at our options. Grass again. One more special scan, or I would settle for getting the Tinkaton that I want. Which, once again, there's no Tinkaton. That's Mega Frostlass. I don't have a good lineup. I transferred out a bunch of my Pokemon, so now my team is a little on the weaker side. I mean, I could train Rayquaza, but no thanks. I mean, I could bring Floette, I guess. Sure. Oh, right, I forgot I named this Leafeon Speech. That's my lovely lettuce cat, Speech. We got Beaglade and Taina who could help. Where was it? Up here. Okay, it's right next to the Pokemon Center. Your Barbaracle's an alpha. Nice. Nice. I'd like to get a shiny alpha Barbaracle eventually. I think that'd be kind of fun. That is a shiny hunt I would consider doing at some point. Wait, hold on. Oh my god, I hate this map, dude. I hate the button layout for ZA. I hate the button layout for all the Pokemon games, though, because it's always messing me up. Okay, so I've got to go... Ew, okay, it looks like I have to go up and then down. I don't know why these distortions have been in such obnoxious locations today. it's not that one, it's that one. Alright, it's here somewhere. Okay, there it is. Alright, let's do a... Oh no, these 4 stars are sparkling. Okay, I don't want to use these. Oh my goodness. Alright, go back to Hotel Z and make more donuts. Oh, and I'm being attacked. Cool. This is just going wrong in every way possible. Logically, it makes sense why you have to go back to Hotel Z to make more donuts. But I think it would be cool if after you beat the DLC, if you had the option to order donuts from Ansha anywhere, and it just had, like, you just opened the menu, you made the donuts, and then, like, Lita or Naveen came and delivered them to you. It's just making these things is a hassle. What do the donuts do? They give you buffs, but you need, even if you don't want the buffs, which I don't particularly care about the buffs, you need them to get the distortions open. I was not done making those, actually. There we go. Yeah, I'll just make a bunch of these. Bum bum bada bum. Alright, now we should be good on 5-star donuts for a while. Let's make some mid-tier donuts real quick. Prepare some berries. What else do I have a lot of? Citrus, sure. Yeah, these are like very mediocre donuts, but that's fine. They're good for just getting a few points from a distortion. All right. I've got to do 1 Rogue Mega. Actually, I'm gonna restart because I'm gonna reset the day. See if there's any other distortions I'd like to do before the Rogue Mega. Because I'm gonna have to do another distortion anyway. I might as well see what else I can find. Because I might do the Rogue Mega off stream on my own or something because they're just kind of annoying. And then I can save scum it. Electric, fighting, grass. Come on, give me a good fairy. I need a good fairy distortion. You said a good fairy distortion. That was not a good one. Still, I'm pretty content with the progress we made today. We got the Rotoms that I wanted. We got the Gimmighoul. We got some other random shinies that I don't particularly care for, but it's still cool. Water. That one has Glycopod, I think. Ice, fire, ground, dragon, ice again, and electric. Yeah, I should be resetting the day by a bench that has the potential to spawn something I care about, just in case, but... Oh my God. There's a fairy, but it's not the one I want. There's a fairy that also is not the one I want. Fairy, but again, not what I'm looking for. Fairy type, best type. Indeed it is. Fairy type, best type. Fairy type is my favorite type. There's no bench over this way, is there? No. You like fairy type? Yeah, fairy type is my favorite type. I think mine would be like fairy, flying, water. I think those are my 3 favorite types in order. Something like that. It used to be psychic, but a bunch of the psychic types I liked became fairy type anyway. Oh look, it's Scyther! And Caesar! And Cleavor. I don't have a voice for Cleavor. There's a grass one. I could live with that grass one, I guess. There's nothing better. Nah, I want a better one. Not big on Cleavor? Yeah, that's fair. Cleavor is just kind of there. He's alright. He's not that great either, apparently. Which makes sense. Rockbug is not a great typing, generally speaking. Poison. There we go. Okay, there's the fairy distortion I wanted. I'll look at the other ones just in case. So yeah, instead of doing another special scan, I think tonight we'll end with getting... We'll hunt in this distortion. I want to get a alpha... Wait. This one doesn't work. Wait, no. It works. The alpha power and the sparkling power won't affect Skarmory, but it will affect the fairy types. Okay. It's fine. Never mind. I got so tunnel visioned I forgot how the donuts actually work for a moment. Dun, 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 dun. Let me make sure I've got the Pokeballs that I want as well. I should have some Love Balls, right? Yeah, I got Love Balls for galore, so we're good. Alright, so we'll do this shiny hunt and then we'll call it for this time. But at some point, we'll come back and we'll do the other special scans, I think. Because that just sounds fun. I want to make a video eventually. Again, mostly for a thumbnail where I'm eating donuts with Corbeau, because I think that'd be funny, but... Alright, so we're looking for... It is Fairy and Alpha. So it's Sparkling Fairy and Alpha Power. There it is. 4-star Sparkling Tinga Meringue Donut. Hold on, was this Steel 3? That one's Steel 3. That one's for Cobalion, I think. Yeah, looks like that one's for Cobalion. All right, let's go in and we're gonna find at least one Mawile and at least one one silly guy. What's his name? Tinkaton. All right, so there's some Mawile. And we don't have a guaranteed shiny on this batch, unfortunately. Oh, and I want it to be an alpha specifically. So if we don't get an alpha shiny, I'm not going to keep it. We got to pick up sparkling items as well, though that's less of a concern. Here's the Tinkatinks. Tinkatink invasion, exactly. I hate that my brain is broken because every time I see Tinkaton, I have to resist the urge to call it Twinkaton. They really should make a convergent form that is just called Twinkaton. Alright, there we go. We got the sparkling items. I might have to do some resets though to get these sparkly alphas. So we're not even seeing that many alphas so far. There's some. I wish our spawn was up here. It would make this a bit easier. Yeah, we've got a few alphas around here, but not as many as you would expect with the donut boost. And our spawn is really out of the way. I don't love it. We definitely have to do a little bit more legwork than I'd like. Oh god, they still followed me, jeez. I thought I moved far enough away that they would ignore me. No, they have a pretty far radius, it seems. You almost spelled it as twink twice. Yeah, the twink invasion. It's what I've always wanted. Alright, those guys don't interest me. There's a very high likelihood, since I want alphas specifically for this, there's a very high likelihood that I will need to do some resetting over some shinies, which will hurt, but... Oh my god, they're still after me. Ooh, okay, there we go. That's how I do it. Okay. Oh, there's a ball there. I missed it, but when I was looking for the Pokeballs. So yeah, here's the loop. I go through this way. Spin, look at those guys. And I teleport. And then I do a flyaway. There we go. Because it seems that teleporter automatically removes the aggro that they have on me. It's not the most convenient loop that we've had for shiny hunting, but it's not bad. This isn't a bad loop by any means. Whoa, look, three alpha Mawile in that group. 3/4 of them were alphas. Okay, so it doesn't automatically remove aggro. Never mind. I thought it did, but it doesn't auto remove the aggro. It seems to usually remove it, but not guaranteed. But it still gets me far enough away that I can remove the aggro without too much effort, so it's still good. Yeah, this is a pretty good loop. And we can definitely tell that it is changing, because that time all those alphas had reverted to being normal sized. So you can definitely tell that the flyaways are affecting the Pokemon composition. We're not just wasting time. We are indeed seeing new groups of Pokemon. Come on. On the teleporter, dude. Thank you. Dang, it's 9 o'clock. Doesn't feel like it. Time flies when you're doing ridiculous shiny hunting stuff. Ridiculous shiny hunting shenanigans. My absolute favorite thing in the world, right? Yeah, Donut's been a little disappointing so far, though. So I might have to reset this one to make sure that I've got enough time if I find a shiny to try again. I think if I go under 800 calories, I'll reset. Oh, forgot to fly away. Gotta fly away, rip. It's important. Look at all these baby Tinkatinks. They're being so silly. I was a little worried that because this was a level 4 instead of level 5 donut that we'd run out of time too fast, but it seems to be holding up pretty well. It's not a bad donut. We're just not getting lucky on the rolls. It would have helped dramatically if this was a donut that gave a guaranteed shiny. But the fact that it doesn't isn't the end of the world by any means. Picking up donuts as part of a snack while painting. Yeah, I might pick up some donuts next time I'm out too. Alright, all these Tinkatink. Alright, we're under 800 cals, so I'm just going to reset, and we'll try it again. And now, unfortunately, because when I reset, the spawn locations could change, I can't guarantee that this will be the optimal route for this run. The route could definitely change. So I'll run through here, I'll take a look and see what's spawning where. Oh, wait, it saved me at like 800 donut or 800 calories. Why did it do that? I mean, I can fix it, but why did it save that? No, that's not what I'm trying to click. Thank you. Oh my God, open the menu. Thank you. Do I have autosave turned on? Huh. All right, that's an easy fix. I can fix it. But it's been too long since I did donut resets, so I don't remember how they work, I guess. That's why we do a backup save. That's why we throw down the backup save, and it's all good. See, it's right there. So we just run that way. And it was, yeah, our sparkling power is only level 2. That's why. It's sparkling level 2 and alpha level 2. That's why we're not getting swarmed with alphas or fairies. We should still have a pretty good chance of finding them, though. Okay, we got some Mawile back there. And honestly, for this one, I'm not gonna focus on... I mean, I'll try and destroy some floating Pokeballs and stuff when I see them. But it's not gonna be my focus right now. Hello, Mawile. Indeed, indeed. Okay, that time there's Skarmory there and here. Ooh, this one's a much worse layout, it looks like. We'll see if we can set up some kind of good loop, but there's a strong chance that this layout is just not even worth running. Because the Skarmory spawned where the Mawiles were spawning. Here's a bunch of Mawile. But yeah, just looking at it, this loop is not that great. If I pop out of there, I could come up here. Ooh, yeah, I don't know that I want to run this one. I might just, I'll check around and see if we've got anything here, but I might reset already because this is pretty suboptimal, I would say. So I'd have to climb all the way up here. It's going to be really slow. Yeah, to get my other Mawile spawns, I have to climb all the way up here. It's not a great look, I'd say. So yeah, for the sake of preserving time, I'm just going to restart that. Oh, no. I gotta restart. I gotta restart the backup data. The backup data? What's a backup data? It's okay. Using the power of Dialga will loop time and fold it back in on itself so we get another shot at this. And then with the power of Ansha, we'll get a good donut portal. Steel in Alpha. Yep. Or Fairy in Alpha, rather. Yeah, the fact it was only Fairy level 2 is a little sad, but... it was still a pretty good donut, so I didn't want to reset over it. Alright, let's poke our head out here. Alright, so there's the Tinkatink, which is a pretty good spawn for them. We got Mawile in the hallway, which sounds like a freaking magic treehouse book or something. Some kind of children's book. Alright, the Skarmory are not great there. But, like, I can live with it, I guess. Let's check the rooftop. I don't know if the rooftop will be worth messing with, though. I wish the Skarmories had spawned on the roof. Oh, yeah, and they spawned down there, too. This one's not as good as our first one, but it's not unplayable either, I would say. This is a loop that I could definitely do. Yeah, the Skarmories are up here, and I can ignore them. Alright. So the loop is a little more awkward, I think. The Mawiles are here. So I still kind of have to check them. I poke my head up there. Poke my head out here. And then check the hallway, and then we just fly again. So yeah, this isn't a terrible layout. It's a little clunkier than the old one, but it's not bad. This one has a little bit more backtracking, but more Mawiles over there. Yeah, I don't love this layout. I'll be honest. It's not the best, but it's not as bad as the first or the previous one that we tried. Also, that sounds like I was gonna say "see you in a Mawile," but that is definitely something that they've used for the title of an anime episode, right? See you in a Mawile. Definitely, they used that. Bro, these Tinkaton, get off me, dude! Oh my god, stop chasing me. Stop chasing. And again, that was something that I liked about the first layout we had. It was a lot easier to peel the guys off of you. So there were like barricades and stuff you could go behind, but it's definitely a little more finicky on this. If I have to, I could also separate this. I can make a second donut and re-roll it until I get Fairy or Steel Sparkling with Alpha. It's like definitely something I could do, but dang it. No longer sore, glad the pain was temporary. Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm sorry you fell. It doesn't sound fun. Was it from super high up? Alright, if I'm quick with it, I can actually teleport out before they see me. I can poke my head around the corner and check. It's a little tricky, but it can be done. It wasn't high, that's good. Yeah, ladders are dangerous. You gotta be careful with them. Yeah, we've got it down to a pretty good loop now. Cut out some of the backtracking by realizing I can just poke my head out and check if the shiny's there. Yeah, no luck with this. I might need to remake my donut. We'll see. It is a possibility. And it's a lot easier to grind this kind of thing out when you start with one of the shinies, guaranteed. And in fact, I think I don't know that I even need to poke my head around the corner. I think if I'm that close, it would alert me with the shiny sound effect if I was close enough. I think I'll hear it before I see it with those guys. Because that corner should be close enough that it triggers the shiny alert. But it's hard to tell, you know. Oop. Yeah, came out a little too close. Rip indeed. Yeah, we don't have the Sparkling 3, so it's not too surprising that it's going to take a few attempts. I was going to end at the 5-hour mark, but I guess we might go closer to 6-hour. But if I don't get this today, that's fine. We can pick it up another day as just like a one-off kind of stream thing. Tomorrow we'll definitely jump back into some XD shiny hunting though, because I got to get work on that. I need to really sit down and start editing the XD video though. I just keep getting ideas for other videos that I want to work on. I really don't want to edit the XD video. It just sounds like too much work to go through and gather the clips for it. Rally luck, thank you, Brisk. No, that was regular. For a split second, I thought that one was shiny, but it was regular. All right, one more run on this and then I'll reset. Yeah. All right, so we'll give it one more attempt to get one of these. And if we aren't fortunate, then that's okay. And I might grind for a better donut off stream. We'll see. Donut grind is a lot of work, frankly. It's a lot of work, but I do want to get these this Mawile Tinkatink combo. So I'd be willing to do it. Oh, no, not that one. There we go. 4-star, Sparkling Fairy, and Alpha. Level 2 and level 2. And when I say I'll do one more, I'm assuming that this is a good loop. If this loop sucks, then I won't bother. All right, we got Tinkatink there, which is already a good start. Let's check what else we've got around here. Skarmory in the hallway, which is really not great. More Tinkatink here. I can't see what's over there. Hopefully it's nothing, because that's not a great layout. One more loop is the case. Maybe. I am known to lie about things like that. Ooh, and there's Skarmory here too. So Mawile's on the roof. That's bad. Yeah, I might just retry rolling this one. 'Cause this is not a good loop. Oh, come on, dude. Let me up. Oh my god, I can't, for some reason I can't roll over this. No, I'm trying to roll. There. Jeez. I think I am going to reset this, unless I walk up here and find a shiny Mawile, but this is a less than stellar layout, I will say. There's a bunch of Mawile up here, which would be good if it weren't like in the most inconvenient location in the area. And then what is down here? More Mawile down there. All right, yeah, I don't like that one. I don't like that layout, so I'm going to re-roll it. That one was bad. All right, give me a good layout, please. All right, we got Tinkaton down there, which is good. We got Mawile down here, which is also pretty good. We want Skarmory to be on the roof, ideally. Skarmory in the hallway is not great. Tink out here is fine, I guess. I don't know that I love this loop, but it's one that I think I might be willing to do. Assuming nothing important is on the roof. If something important is on the roof, I probably re-roll. Oh no, Mawile's on the roof too? And what about through the hallway? Is someone important in the hallway? Or down past the hallway, rather? Mawile's through the hallway too, jeez. If the Mawile and the Skarmory swapped places, this would be a really good one, but it's gonna be a little too finicky to get a good good rotation going with that. Checking through all that is just gonna be a big ol' hassle. So I have to go on the roof to look. Ugh. This is one of those distortion layouts that I'm not particularly fond of either. Alright, Tinkaton down this way. It's Tinka-Tink, Tinka-something, and then Tinka-Ton. What's the one in the middle? Tinka-Teen? That's what they should have called it. They should have called it Tinka-Teen. Tinka-Tough, that's it. I like mine more. They should have called it Tinka-Teen. There's more Tinkatons in here. Okay, interesting. What's through the hallway? Mawile down the hallway, okay. Wait, what? There it is. I was like, there's normally a teleporter over here. Oh, that's the back of the distortion. You can see the distortion through the thing. That's weird. Game Freak moment. I would run this if Skarmory's on the roof, I think. The freaky portal. I need a freaky portal. Mawile being on the roof isn't ideal by any means. What do you think, guys? Should I run this one? I could just ignore the roof, technically. So I just go down this way. I check these guys. I'll definitely hear the sound effect as I get close, so I don't need to run all the way over and look at them. I pop here. Those are Skarmory, so I can ignore them. So I ignore that. I just go through this hall. And I think I just ignore what's on the roof, right? The roof is something I can ignore. Yeah, I can do this loop, I think. I don't need to go that way. I need to remember that I don't need to go that way. Run through the hall. Past these Mawile. And then past those guys. Ah! The ominous rock attack. I know I said I don't need to go all the way over there, and I immediately do. Good job, Brandy. Pay attention. Pay attention, Brandy. Kind of wild we haven't seen even a regular shiny, though. It's not surprising we haven't seen a alpha, but I would have expected to find a shiny by now. And I think that from walking under the roof should put me close enough to hear the shiny, but it doesn't, I don't think. You can usually hear the shiny from pretty far away. Like, you don't have to be right up on them. So I feel like walking under here should give me the shiny alert, but I don't think it will. Which is a little unfortunate. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's close enough. Nothing, nothing, nothing. There's a few less Tink-a-Tink over on this, in this zone this time, which is annoying. I hate that her hair, for some reason her hair keeps looking like the shiny hammer. Because Tinkaton is weird because the Pokemon itself doesn't change, it's only the hammer that changes. And I keep seeing the hair and thinking that it's the hammer. I'd even be happy finding a shiny, like, over there, where I just was. Just so I could tell from how far away I can hear the shiny. Even if it wasn't the shiny I'm looking for, just hearing it would be helpful to gauge my radius. So I feel like I'm getting close enough that I should be triggering shinies if they are there, but I'm not 100% sure. Because I feel like if I walk past this tower, I should be able to hear a shiny. But I'm not 100%. And yeah, I might make a new donut off stream for this. Reset for a Sparkling 3 or Alpha 3 donut. Almost done with painting for tonight. Good job. Good job. You're getting there. Do you have a lot left to do? Yeah. Oh no. Hang in there. Yeah, I'm just a little surprised that in almost an hour of resets, we didn't find a single shiny in here. Because I do have Sparkling Level 2. Sparkling Level 2 isn't as good as Sparkling Level 3, but for the number of Pokemon we're seeing, it should still be working pretty well. And I need to go get rice. I wanted to make curry for dinner tonight, but I'm out of rice, which is very unfortunate. It's a little too late to go get it tonight, but maybe tomorrow I'll have energy to go get rice. While I'm here, I might as well check this, see if anything spawned up here. I doubt it, but this would be a really good location if the spawn was a little different. I would like it if the spawn was on the rooftop, I think. Oh. Eepy. Anything over here? Nope. I don't need to go through the hall. I need to go this way. I said one more loop, but we're close to 6 hours. I might as well do one more after this. Carlo called it with the... And that was a lie. Brandy do be lying sometimes. Bonk. Ow. Don't bonk me. okay. It's just one more set of checks. Besides, I feel bad. I meant to stream more this week, but then I wasn't feeling well. I had a day where I woke up and my back just was in like immense pain. Like I could barely move in my bed. I was like, ow. So, and that lasted for like 3 days. It got better over time. But like it wasn't hurting all 3 days like that, but it was still hurting pretty bad, and I was just like, man, I don't want to do anything. I also had to go out and buy groceries on one day, and I forgot the rice. I got everything else. I did really good, actually. I got like enough like meat and vegetables and stuff, and eggs and milk, and other assorted items. I got enough to make like a good like 2 weeks worth of food for like $50, which wasn't bad. But I forgot the rice. I can't make it without rice. I mean, I could make something else, but I don't have the energy to peel 20 potatoes. I'm exaggerating. It's not 20 potatoes. It's like, I want to say it's like 5 potatoes, right? All right, let's see what we're working with on this one. Okay, we got Mawile here, which is cool. Love to see it. Hoping to see Skarmory on the roof. We got the Tinka, the Tinka Twinks over there. Skarmory in here's not ideal. It's not a horrible, insurmountable thing. We got Mawile in the hallway, which is cool. Called Hitmonchan a femboy. Tinkaton in here. All right. So far, I can rock with this loop. This is a pretty good loop. I think I would have preferred Skarmory and this patch of Tinkaton swap places, but I can deal with it. It's just a question of what's on the roof. Not that I necessarily have to do the roof checks, but I feel better if whatever's on the roof is something I don't care about. No, it is more Tinkatons. Alright, well, I'll run this one. And then we'll call it after this. I'm just a little surprised we haven't seen a shiny yet, though. I got the charm. I've got the Sparkling level 2. I would have expected some shinies by now. Not necessarily shiny alphas, but some shinies. But I can't really complain. I got a lot of shinies today. I think I got like 9 or 10 shinies across both games today. So we got 4 Rotom, Flaffy, Bunnelby, Fletchling, and Gimmighoul. Okay, so it was 8 shinies, actually. I can't count, but that's okay. Oh, I meant to check this one over here. You shiny? No? Okay. So I didn't have to feel bad about it. Yeah, that spawn there and the roof are the two like really bad spawns to have something I actually want. And this hallway is a really bad one to have Skarmory on. Because it just kind of blocks everything. Like, yeah, I could just go past the Skarmories, but it makes it annoying. If I'm gonna run past it, you know, I'd rather be getting checks. Fairy type, best type, but what's your guys' favorite fairy type? Since we're shiny hunting these fairies, what's your favorite fairy type? Creamy paint, nice. Like a creamy drink. Oh, there's a shiny Mawile. Okay, so you actually have to be a bit closer than I realized for that. Alright, shiny Mawile, but it's not an alpha. Tinkatine. My brain rot is melting into the real world and affecting what I say. Blah. I called it Tinkatine earlier, and now I can't read properly. Tinkatun or Dedenne. So yeah, I guess the shinies might need you to be a little closer than that. Hatterene, Togekiss, and Mimos? What's Mimos? I've never heard of that one. I don't think that's a Pokemon. Unfortunately, that Mawile was not an alpha, so I might be resetting over it. No, I don't think there's one called Mimos. I have no idea what you're referring to. Of course, my favorite fairy type is Togetic, or Togekiss rather. What are my other ones? I like Mawile. Ralts is my second favorite for sure. I like Clefairy a lot. Azumaril's great. Mawile is great. I legit thought Ogerpon was Grass Fairy when it first came out. Mega Audino is your favorite fairy? Wish it wasn't garbage. Yeah. They did not like Mega Audino, sadly. They should change its ability to something else. Related, Mega Gallade doesn't have sharpness, so regular Gallade might actually just be better. Which is really sad. Mega Gallade looks so freaking cool. It looks so cool. Spritzy, okay. I'm like, what the heck? What the heck is Mimos? It sounds like a Pokemon name though. If they made a Pokemon and called it Mimos, I wouldn't be surprised. Tinkaton and Ninetales. Ooh, yeah, Alolan Ninetales is another really good one. Alolan Ninetales is also really high up there. Primarina and Mimikyu. Yeah, Primarina and Mimikyu are also really good. See, it's hard because Fairy type, best type, it's hard for me to pick just like, even like top 3. I'm like, wow. I mean, my top 3 is obviously Togekiss and Ralts. But like, after that, it's like, I could fit almost any Fairy type into that last slot. Yeah, well, no Shalfa so far. So we definitely might reset over that Mawile. Which is okay. And I might grind for a better donut off stream. I'd even be more inclined to keep the Mawile if I didn't already have a shiny Mawile, but if it was a Tinkaton, then I'd maybe be inclined to keep it. Because then I could just keep it for like my, to have one of the previous evolutions, but... Fairy has the least amount of favorites for you? Thought Lilligant was Grass Fairy. Yeah, they made Whimsicott Grass Fairy, but Lilligant was not allowed to become a Fairy type. Favorite is Grimmsnarl. Ooh, Grimmsnarl's another really good one. I love Grimmsnarl because it's a Fairy type, but it's not like traditionally cutesy. I really like, because that's such a trope that they could have fallen into, is making all the Fairy types like Wigglytuff or something where they're just cute little blobs and there's nothing else to them. But Pokemon has done a really good job of making the Fairy types like, oh, this is Tinkaton. It goes and murders Corviknight for fun. You know, They have a lot of like that old school fairy tale vibe where the fairies are not just like harmless creatures. They'll mess you up. They're sinister. They can be ugly with like Grimmsnarl. I like them a lot. Nobody mentioned XD Granbull. That's only because Mel isn't here. Mel would mention XD Granbull if they were here. Granbull goated. Oh right, that's why it's later than it feels like it should be. I forgot that I started late. I forgot I started at like 4 p.m. instead of 3 like I normally do. Morlul is pretty cute. Yeah, Morlul is interesting. It's a little mushroom guy. I do like mushrooms. Yeah, no luck on a Shalfa tonight. Unfortunate. Like I said, I might grind for the donut off stream, but I think we're gonna probably call it here. And I'll reset, I'll get my donut back. And we'll see about picking this special scan shiny hunt thing up later. I don't know if this will be like a weekly series that we do, but every so often I want to just like pop in and do some special scans. The main issue with the special scans is the amount of downtime between each one, but... Yep, no, nothing up here. There was a shiny alpha Tinkaton, then I would have been pretty hyped, but... Alright, we'll call it with that. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for joining. Hope you guys all have a great rest of your evening. And yeah, we'll be back probably tomorrow with some XD shiny hunting. So yeah, I'll see you guys later. Take care and see you next time. Bye bye.